All right, guys, so we have like a brief intermission going on here. Hayden Bailey pulled a nice big fat wheelie here, and they just want to make sure that he didn't leave any debris on the track.
Looks like the shutdown area has a little bit of moisture in it. We're going to go down and clear that out in a second. Again, make the all clear so everyone, make sure that the track is safe. We got Scott Leppinger sitting in the burnout box with a shirt at the barrel. It's real unassuming. That car put down some passes yesterday. He's been turning in time slips. 5:30, 5:31. Fast car.
All right, guys, so we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Hayden Bailey just did a really big wheelie, and they just wanted to make sure that he didn't drop any parts on the track. So they're checking the track right now, and I think they're going to go down there and clean it. And then they also noticed that there was some moisture on the top end down there. So I don't know, with the rain that we had last night, they did their best this morning. That's why we were kind of late going live, for them to get the track dried up. So it looks like they've maybe still caught some moisture down there, and they're going to be down there for a second. So we're going to have a little intermission here. You have to get up and go grab some more coffee this morning.
Stancil has his own blazer here. Gary Stancil called him out. Said, I'm going to road race you, and you got to turn it up. So Gary's put it down.
I think that would be pretty interesting to see the Pro Blazer against one, two of the ones that.
Yeah, so they're going to be battle. They're going to battle the last quarters.
Can you put an announcement to get the RevX guys over to their
Shout out to Revex. Like you got racer at your 10. Over your 10. Check those guys. You got a question for you.
So right now, guys, we're just kind of in a little holding pattern here. They're trying to get some moisture off the track, I guess. They noticed this morning when they were down at the bottom end, that, or the big end there, that they had some moisture. So as they're drying off the track, we're just kind of waiting for everybody to get in the staging lanes here. So we got Carl Stancil's Blazer here. The Pro Blazer is on the property today. And I hear from his brother that he wants to take that Blazer on today. That would be a great heads-up match to watch the two brothers go at it today. So we'll have to make sure that we can make that happen. We got Steve Morris back on the property. Got Aiden Bailey and Tom Bailey back on the property again. Aiden Bailey just laid down a really fast pass and turned it up a lot, and then didn't work out to his advantage. He stuck like glue here. This track's hooking and pulled a really big wheelie. So that's when they noticed that they had some track prep to still get going down here. So that's kind of what we're waiting on right at the moment here. So just be patient as 131 US Motorsports Park is out here taking care of the track. These guys have been really good. Actually, the last 2 days they've been really, really good out here. They, keeping us safe and making sure the track was ready for us this morning with drying the track out. It's been working out really well. This has been a really fun event going from, Friday US 131 here, and then yesterday going up to Stanton and Mid-Michigan. Mid-Michigan was a blast. Very nice place. They were very, very good with all of the drag and drive people yesterday. They catered very well to, helping us. Great event there. And now, final day, day 3, we're back down here at US 131 Motorsports Park. And we're trying to see who we're going to get here in the winter match. We've got some pretty close races. We got Roger and Roger Waddell. He's a sleep doctor. And Waddell is battling it out with Brian Acton. They're chasing that 545 index, and Brian Acton's right in there, 545. He's got Jay, the keyboard wizard, with him. You know how that works out. So they're dialing them cars in, and it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. But that's definitely a good race. Jimmer Klein, we got Jimmer back here on the property again. We'll see how he does. I think we're good with running the green numbers, which are the pretty much the big top dogs, the fastest guys here. I think we're getting ready to run the next classes here. All right, looks like we got the green light to get going here, so we'll get underway, get racing back on track here, and let's go.
Weapons are here, back in the box, and see how fast he can run.
All right, guys, so it looks like we got Scott Cleffinger here, and this is actually a guy that's been on sick week and things like that, too. So he's been around a while. He's not a newbie to this sport either. He's been doing this for quite a while. He's not a newbie either. He's a pretty good guy. This will be an interesting race. All right, guys, this guy right here is a fast car. This car's a lot faster than you think it is. This is not a car you want to pull up to your red light in the morning and think you're going to take him on when you're on your way to work in the morning, because he's going to leave you sitting. All right, let's see what Scott lays down. Oh, something happened. They shut him down there for a minute. I seen the light come on at the bottom end there. Seen him blink a light. Looks like they're going to roll him back into the stage there for a minute. I don't know if we have some debris on the track down there or what's going on. All right, looks like we've got the green light. Got him back staging. .521 with a 136 for Scott. 521, 136. Nice pass. Good hook. That's a great car right there. It's a nice car. Like I say, he is a veteran to the sport. He runs sick weeks and he runs a lot of events. So this guy isn't new to the sport. He's been around a while. Good pass for Scott. So this is opened up to the unlimited class right now, guys. This is the green class, you know, Jimmer and Aiden Bailey and Steve Morris. This is all the real fast guys right now. So looks like most of them came and laid one pass down, and a lot of them I'm looking at right now are just kind of walking back to their cars, and they're kind of trying to do some tuning and things. So I'm sure we're going to see Aiden Bailey and Tom Bailey come back around again, and Steve Morris come back around and see what kind of passes they can lay down again today. So if you just joined in, we're live at US 131 Motorsports Park today. Yesterday we were up to Mid-Michigan Motorplex in Stanton, and now we're back to final day here at Drop the Hammer. Third and final day, US 131 Motorsports Park. Got some pretty close numbers as far as leaders. Most of them are really, really close numbers. So it'll be an interesting race day today. It's kind of a cool day today. It's not super sunny, so it's really good for the track for these guys. These guys can hook and book on this kind of stuff really well. So this will be an interesting day. Then we got the award show later tonight. I think that's about 3 o'clock is when they start that stuff. So we'll keep you informed on that as well. So stick with us today as we have a lot of fun here on the final day of Drop the Hammer. There's no cars right now in the staging lane, so if you need to get up and use the restroom real quick and run and grab some more coffee, say run right in there and get her done.
Storm superchargers in intake they're putting it kind of socially and we're racing for down there. You can see the people that
Yeah, I mean, superchargers. We're one of our sponsors here.
All right, guys, so I'm going to bring you kind of back to the pits here so you can kind of just keep an eye on what's going on and see what's all going on back here right now. I'll bring this up a little bit, so just bear with me here just for a half a second so that you guys can see over this fence. That way you can kind of see what's going on, because I have most of the racers are behind me right now. And I'll bring you up a little bit so that we can zoom you guys in on the pit area here while we're waiting for them guys to get back in line on the racing. All right, so there we go. You guys should be good now. Sorry for that. So right now, this is kind of what's going on back in the pit. Everybody's kind of working. You see Jimmer back there working on his car. Everybody's kind of back in that pit area by the registration trailer. They're all kind of tuning and playing and trying to get their cars ready to go. So right now, there's nobody in the staging lanes, like I say. I think everybody's kind of trying to get everything ready to roll here. Some of the big guys came through, laid quick pass down. Aiden Bailey pulled a big wheelie and shut her down. So not really a lot of really good passes going on right now. So I think they're all back there trying to get some tuning work done, and then we're going to go back underway here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, look at these cars. It's not cheap. It's really cool to see the technology into these cars. Especially back there, it's more set up, that way it's set up. The technology and how clean everything is, just how strong they build these engines now. It's really cool. Absolutely. The technology, the traction control.
All right, everybody. So right now you're looking at the pit area. We're kind of waiting for everybody to kind of get back in the staging lanes here. So you're just kind of checking out the pit area. We're kind of letting you see what's going on and what everybody's up to right now. Third and final day, Drop the Hammer, US 131 Motorsports Park today. If you ain't got anything going today after church, go out, get your breakfast, $20 admission. Get your butt down here and hang out for the day. Get to watch some good drag racing, and then there's going to be some heads-up racing after this day. So there's going to be some good racing going on down here today. You're not going to want to miss it.
I think we're going to go for that, John. I think we're going to push for a record of the fastest stock 869 Chevelle. And it's going to happen. John Baker's car is an orange 69 Chevelle. Kind of doing a play off the Dukes of Hazzard. And, you know, Chevron Motors, and everybody says, hey, it's Chevron Motors. Go forward and you find it. And I said, he fought in the gas force. And, you know, we've got an American flag on the roof. And instead of the 0-1 that Dukes of Hazzard did, he went 0-2. And that is, every time we go to the car show and stuff like that, the kids absolutely love that car. Over the winter, and everybody else does not hate.
Don't paint that car, don't paint that car. But if I did, it would be butter, not yellow. The old man tan. That's what my wife calls it, old man tan. You're not painting that car.
Yeah, we can't do that. We've got Dave Patelski here up at the tower saying absolutely not painting that Chevelle. That car is so well known and well liked.
Yeah, I love it. Like that road film. I mean, there's so many kids that don't want their picture taken. That's always, I mean, I turn off the power station and sitting there. Just feel like they're, you know, big. That's what's going to drive this whole thing.
All right, guys, so it looks like we might have Brian Acton coming into the lane here. These guys did very, very well. Jay is a keyboard wizard with this car. I don't know if you guys know who Jay Blanchard is, but if you don't, go find him on Facebook, follow him. He runs J-Wire. J-Wire, this guy is a tuning machine. He has tuned this car, and these guys are on the 540 index, 545 index today. So this weekend they came out, ran a 546, went back, played with it. Jay came back in and 545. Here we go. So they've been right on track pretty much most of the weekend here. And he is leading the 545 index. So Brian Acton into the lane here. Brian Acton, he is your 545 index leader with a 545. .542 for Brian Acton. Looks like they better go back and slow her down a little bit. Looks like Jay's got her tuned up a little bit too much there. He'll have to go back and turn her down. That's a little too fast for that index.
Yeah, one of the other things with around here was automotive diversity. We had a Fiat that was in the group, and I had 3 cars.
All right, guys, we have Vance Cooper, the black Cadillac. Looks like he's coming into stage here. Getting ready to come in the staging lanes. Looks like he's going to get ready to do a burnout. They're messing with something over there real quick. Checking some tire pressure, I think. This Cadillac is a really, really cool car. If you follow our group on Facebook, 616 channel, racing channel, if you don't, go follow it. If you do, we posted a really cool picture of Vance Cooper doing a trailer burnout yesterday on our cruise back on the ride. Man, this car is so cool. There's some really nice cars here, and for some reason, this is one of my absolute favorite cars on the grounds. This is one bad machine. So Vance Cooper pulling into the turnout box here. This car is a stick shift car. And no, them are not gunshots. That is. And yes, if you heard that, them are not gunshots. That is Vance's two-step. This is the Cadillac that you'd like to take to church every week. This is a stick shift car. He runs air conditioning and the whole bit. Vance Cooper out of Ohio. $594 for Vance Cooper. 125.66. Nice pass for Cooper. Beautiful car. All right, guys, so looks like we'll bring you back around this way so that you guys can see what's going on here. While we're waiting for some more cars to come into the staging lane here. All right, so right now we're just checking out the pit area. Everybody's kind of trying to get their cars. Looks like they're trying to get them tuned up and ready to go. I don't think we're supposed to have any rain today. You guys are watching the weather while you're sitting at home having coffee and watching the live stream today. And you better not be skipping church, because if you're skipping church, then I'm going to be mad at you. All right, but if you're not skipping church and you're sitting at home and you're drinking coffee this morning, put in the little chat box here if there's some rain coming. I can see you guys in the chat box on the screen here, so chat it up. Feel free to do some shout outs. If you want me to shout out for you, send me a message. I'll do it for you. So, guys, we lost a couple cars yesterday, and one of them was one of my kind of favorite cars. The gasser car, the Ford Falcon gasser that them guys had picked up that you guys had seen yesterday, kind of a teal green colored car. Last night we got a group text, and they had the intake off that car, and it looked like they maybe had blown some head gaskets. And so we've lost a few cars along the way here during this route. I think we've only lost 3 or 4. We started with 55 on Friday. So I think we're down 4 cars if I'm jogging my brain right. So we're still, I believe, 51 cars or so in on the cars that are still ready to run here. And so right now we're just waiting on classes. I think we're getting ready to switch to the next class, so then we'll see a bunch of guys get in the staging lanes. But right now you're looking at the registration trailer and the backgrounds of where everyone's at. We're kind of seeing everybody working on their cars. Can't really see. Tom Bailey and Aiden Bailey are kind of behind the trailer there, behind that red tent, and that RevX van is where they're stationed. I believe if we look to the very far left there, I'll turn you a little bit. Just next to the blue tent there, which that's the Stancil family there. And then you see Jimmer Klein. So Jimmer Klein's over there. He's in the pit area. Looks like they're doing some work on his car. He laid a pretty good pass. Jimmer's second in the lead right now behind Steve Morris. So we got Jimmer Klein right now in first place. We got our second place, Steve Morris in first place. So I posted the results. If you are following our group page, 616 Racing Channel group page, if you followed us on our group page, you can go on there and you'll see the results from this morning. I actually posted them this morning when Julie sent it to me. And guys, we have to give this up for Carl. This big event that Carl and his daughter and Corey Hall and John Mayer and all these guys have put together has been just a really cool event, and it has been so fun. And I mean, how do you get Tom Bailey and Steve Morris on the ground, right? I mean, you even got some big hitters here. So, I mean, this was a pretty orchestrated event, and Carl did very, very awesome with it. You know, you got to give it up for Carl Stansel and his family. You know, yesterday we actually were on our trip back, and like I say, if you follow in the YouTube group page, you can see our trip. It was like a 2.5 hour trip. We had a little breakdown. We were with the Stansel family. Carl Sr., dad, was having a few problems yesterday, TPI sensor problems, so we had to update some software, and he kind of broke down on the way there. And that's when you're watching the video where you see it kind of pause at the wall there. That's kind of what we were doing. That's when we were kind of pulled off trying to keep him rolling and moving. But yeah, that's a great family. Then it started raining on the way down here. So it was great, in the convoy. We were 45 miles an hour on the highway. Everybody had the Rain-X out. Quite an interesting day yesterday. But we made it down to Michigan Critical Power, which is John Mayer's shop. John Mayer, obviously, he is the man here that's one of the sponsors. So, all right, looks like we got Aiden Bailey coming into the lane here. So, looks like we got Aiden getting ready to maybe make a pass here. I'll lower this down so you guys can kind of see the pit area there a little bit in the staging lanes. So there's the staging lanes. So if you guys want to take a look at them, kind of get that set up so you can see who's in the staging. There's looks like Aiden maybe wanting to make a pass here. His last pass was pretty wild, boy. He let loose of the button and that car went straight to the sky. I think he was trying to catch a bird or two with it. So he obviously let out of it, and he's going to make another pass today. Aiden Bailey, the other day at the hotel, Saturday night we were talking to him, and he said he did his personal best 5:13 on day one down here at US 131 Motorsports Park. And so they haven't got down that far yet. They haven't been able to make back those numbers yet, but I know he is working on that. So Aiden Bailey's going to be chasing that 5:13, his mark, his fastest pass. So we'll see what these guys do today. The track is really hooking, so we'll see if they turn the power up or not. I don't know if they're going to turn them up. It's going to be an interesting day. I know there's some guys here that are itching to get a nice pass. I've walked around, talked to a few of them this morning. They said, I just need one good pass for my final number, and I'm turning it up. So today ought to be some good action. Looks like there's some guys that are really wanting to see what their cars really can do. Been working on them all winter, and this kind of their first event. I talked to Dan Mason. He drives the LS Green Dodge truck over there. And Dan was telling me, this is the first event out this year. So he said, I'm still kind of working bugs out of this truck. He was actually rolling in our convoy with us yesterday, too. Half a gallon of Rain-X on his window to get him here. But we got him here. Everybody's here. We got everybody here safe. Everybody's here this morning. A few of the Baileys, I talked to Tom. He said as soon as they started getting rain and sprinkles yesterday, he said they pulled off and just got a hotel, and they hit the checkpoints this morning. We're listening to them talk about the Stansel standoff here today. That would be great. So it looks like we're getting some cars in the staging lanes here, guys, and we'll get some action underway here. Right now, we're just kind of hanging out. Everybody's just kind of getting moving. And so if you need some coffee, need a bathroom break, quick run over there and fill up that coffee cup. All right, guys, so it looks like we're getting some cars lining up here. Turn this there a little bit so you can kind of see what's going on. Getting some cars in the staging lanes here. I think everybody's kind of getting fired up and ready to go. I hear a lot of motors back there running, so it sounds like everybody's kind of getting warmed up here. I think they have the track figured out and underway. Nothing like the sound of horsepower in the morning.
There's a few cars of 6.
545. 545. Okay, guys, we got the 545 index lining up in the staging lanes right now. Looks like we got a couple passes we need to get here. It looks like Aiden Bailey wants to come out and lay one down real quick. He still has a little bit of time left before his time was up, so I think he's going to come out here. He wants to lay down another pass. His first pass, like I said, he did a nasty wheelie. So Aiden Bailey, he can come out here and lay down another pass. Hopefully he doesn't put this one in the sky. All right, guys. Aiden Bailey, 5:13 personal best Friday. His dad was right behind him, 5:16, Tom Bailey, on Friday, here at US 131 Motorsports Park. He came out here a little bit ago, tried to do a big, fat, nice, long, hard pass, and ended up doing reaching for the sky with the nose of that thing. So Tom Bailey backing him in here, and let's see if we can get a good pass this time and maybe not reach for the stars with that front end. So Aiden Bailey in here, he's lining her up. Right behind them, we got the 545 index class coming up. 545 index class, we got Brian Acton, we got Roger Wardell. Them two are your leaders, actually, and those two are in the line right now together. So they're going to come right after Aiden Bailey. Looks like Tom's getting him staged up here, so we'll get Aiden's pass done and get him down the road, and then we'll get this 545 class in here. Well, looks like Aiden had to let out of it again, guys. So it looked like Aiden had to pull out of it again. That car is just really, really good on the surface. Sorry about moving the camera around. I'm trying to keep you guys in a good shot. I think we're good now, but you can reach me in the text box if you guys want to yell at me for anything. I'm okay with that. Okay, so we got Brian Acton left lane, Roger in the right lane, 545 index, your leaders. Lift up, please. Both your leaders, 547 and a 548. Brian Acton, 547, 1292. Roger with a 548, 129.61. Those are your two leaders in that class right there. Brian Acton is the leader, and Roger is right behind him. All right, guys, we got these two next. This S10 coming up here. Oh, looks like we might be shutting down here for a minute. We got this purple S10 coming up. This truck is so cool. So Saturday night, we get to the hotel. These guys are out there, and I'm like, uh-oh, this don't look good. I see a whole bunch of water underneath this thing. So they were having some overheating problems, I guess. Seen them working the keyboard. I took some really cool pictures and posted them in our group. And if you're not following our group, you should. 616 Racing channel, and it's on Facebook. And you can see all these pictures and some cool stuff that we've gotten, through this whole 3-day live event. But this purple truck here, these guys were smashing on this thing on Saturday night. I seen them outside the hotel till quite late working on it. And then it looked like they got her back together yesterday, but I know he's still chasing a fast pass. He just has not been able to keep it in there, so we'll see what they do today. I think they're just checking the track, making sure Aiden didn't lay down any parts or anything, and then we're going to be back here underway. Second pass out now, Aiden's shook the tires and almost tried to pull the front end to the sky. His first pass, he really came to the sky, but looked like the second one he kind of almost did too there. But so hopefully they can get that car dialed in, and we'll get Aiden back out here and run some more rounds today and get him dialed back in. We still have Steve Morris on the property. He's out here today. Still have Jimmer Klein on the property. Got some big guys out here, some big shooters. Nitrous cars, turbo cars. If you have nothing to do today, go to church. Do not skip church. Once you're done with church, then you can get your butt out here and hang out. $20 at the gate. So yeah, did you guys not? I don't know if you just caught that or not, but the track official was actually walking on that track right there, and that track is so sticky. His shoe stuck to the track. That's how this track is so hooking up today for these guys. It is right there. All right, so here we go. We got the convertible Mustang. So we got the S10 left lane convertible Mustang with a roll cage in it that looks really cool when his top's down. In the right lane, 545 index. $629 for the S10, 111 miles an hour, and $665 for the right lane. All right, we got the Corvette and the Chevelle. This is the 06 Corvette. This guy's having a lot of fun with it over the weekend, and he's been laying down some pretty good passes. This Chevelle, owner just recently bought this car, and he's been doing pretty good with it. It's a local car. Laid down a good pass. Nice wheelie. $742 for the Vet, $735 for the Chevelle. All right, guys, we got Carl Stansel. Followed him last night. We had some problems with this truck yesterday on our way on the route down here from Stanton. When we left up there yesterday, we got about midway here and that thing started running crazy. We got Dan Fouts in the right lane. Carl's truck there, he was having some issues with it yesterday. We've got it's getting close, and I think he's going to do pretty good today, so we'll see what happens. Had to do some updating of some software. He has a Holly Sniper, so there was some things going on with the TPI. Gary Stansel, his son, was with him. We were in a big, long parade. I had the whole family with me yesterday, and we were following them. And so they did some updating of some software. His grandson, Gage, got it. $868 for Kyle, $828 for Dan Fouts. We got the red Camaro. This is Ashley. This is an LT1 car. And then we got the Badger-built Lincoln Continental in the right lane. Keep your eye on that Camaro in the left lane. It's a fast car. $651 for the Camaro, $773 for the Lincoln Continental in the right lane. All right, guys, left lane. The Ford These guys had some trouble on the way down. I seen them pulled into a Napa yesterday. So I'm not too sure what was going on. I thought they had something going on with a belt or something. The green truck, C10 on the other side. Beautiful truck. That thing runs hard. So we got that C10 in the right lane and the Ford Thunderbird in the left. Let's get them lined up and get them down the track. $639 for the left lane with the Ford and $653 for the green C10 in the right lane. Okay, guys, we have a really cool truck in the left lane. This International was a blast to come down with. When we left here Friday, we followed him down on Saturday to Stanton. Man, that truck is so cool. We had such a great time with that guy. So we got that Patina International. This thing's built on a Chevy chassis. And then we have the Chevelle, the silver Chevelle in the right lane, which he's been laying down some really nice passes too. So keep your eye on that Chevelle. Keep in mind, guys, this is an 1/8 mile, not a 1/4 mile. This is an 1/8 mile. $653 for the left lane for the International and $607 for the Chevelle. Got the Mustang convertible back here in the left lane again, and the white Nova of John in the right lane there. John's been having a ball. We had a talk with him yesterday at Stanton. He's having a ball on this trip. This has been kind of a neat event. We've got to give it up for Carl Stansel. He's really put together a really cool event, you guys. Like I said, we had 55 cars coming into this. I think we only lost 4. I think we're down 4. I believe. Don't quote me, but I believe we're down 4. That'd be 51 cars. So if we still have 51 cars and we're still into this with 51 cars, that's a good weekend. All right, guys, we got the Mustang. Looks like they're trying to clean that little spot up there in the left lane in front of John and the white Nova. All right, guys, we're going to keep this thing rolling. The Mustang with a 649 10722. Not sure if John's car is leaking water or what's going on there, but looks like we got a kind of a water leak going on. All right, guys, looks like we're going to get John underway here. John with an 809, 8560. Mustang left lane, blue C10 right lane. That truck is really, really cool. It's supercharged. It's a neat truck. Got to take a look at that thing and when it was going through tech. Mustang left lane 878, 93 mile an hour. The C10 with a 1086, 6022. All right, left lane here, that's Gage. Right lane, Gary. This is the Stansel family. This was part of our crew yesterday that we rolled with. This is a father and son. Father on the right lane, Sun on the left lane. Gary Stansel with a 654. Gage with an 813. Z06 Corvette in the left lane. Chevelle in the right lane. Third and final day of Drop the Hammer. This has been a blast. Can't wait to do it again. .743 left lane for the Vet. 703 for the Chevelle in the right lane. Ford Ranger we got coming up here in the left lane. Black Camaro in the right lane. Final day, Drop the Hammer. This has been a blast. Been a really good time. Got to meet a lot of cool people. Got to hang out with a lot of guys. Learned a lot of stories. And when these older gentlemen talk, you're like a sponge. You just listen to their stories because some guys are crazy. On the right lane with a nice wheelie. Camaro with a 651. Ford Ranger, left lane, 724. Thunderbird in the left lane. Lincoln Continental in the right lane. This Badger built car. This car is really cool. It's somebody that we actually knew here in town. Is running with them. Really cool guys. Neat car. Keep your eye on that. Right lane car there. .640 for the left lane for the white Ford. The Lincoln Continental with a 702. Back we have this LT1 Camaro in the left lane. International in the right lane. Camaro with a 646 in the left lane. Right lane International 668. The purple S10 convertible Mustang back into the lane here. This Mustang is really cool. It's got a really neat roll cage in it. So guys, we thank you for tuning in. S10 639, Mustang 656 in the right lane. We got the Typhoon coming into the right lane here. This guy has learned how to stage this. We talked to him over the weekend. He said he wasn't sure. He wouldn't know how he was going to pull it off, but he figured it out. Guys, if you do see the camera vibrating a little bit, we are kind of right here next to the staging lane a little in the burnout box. So I apologize for that, but some of these guys got some serious horsepower here are making this camera vibrate a little bit, but just bear with me if you will, please. Okay, this Dodge Ram, Dan Mason, he was one of them rolling with us yesterday in the convoy. Half a gallon of Rain X on his windshield at one of the checkpoints when we hit Berlin Raceway. We were going down the road there about 45 miles an hour. What a day. What a day it was for everybody. $6.57 for Dan. Stansel's in the lane again. Oh, didn't learn how to launch it good All right, guys, we have a little bit of difficulty here. I think he broke something. So it might look like we're going to be shutting down here just for a quick second so they can check the track and see where we're at with this and see what's going on. I think maybe he broke. Kind of stinks. I was actually talking to him yesterday, and he was telling me that, I think I figured out how to make this thing launch, being it's all-wheel drive. He said I had to play around with it a little bit, but I think I got it to launch really good. And then he had showed me some pictures, and it looked like he had really dialed it in. So this is kind of a sad thing to watch here, because I know these guys were having a great time with this thing. They were having a blast, actually. And to see him break kind of stinks. You don't really like seeing anybody break, to be quite honest with you. So if you're live, you're just joining in, we're at Drop the Hammer, day 3. We're at US 131 Motorsports Park. Yesterday we were at Mid-Michigan Motorplex in Stanton, Michigan, and Friday we were here. So this is the third and final day of this. We got some really good passes. We've got Steve Morris right now in first place, Jim McCline in second place. We have the 540 Index. We've got Brian Acton in first place, Roger Wardell in second place. And most of all of the results were sent over to us this morning. Follow our Facebook page, 616 Racing Group. If you go on there, we have the results posted. You can see them from this morning. Julie, Carl Stansel's daughter, sent them over to us. The Stansel family has been really, really good and supportive behind this whole Drop the Hammer event. It was great to run in the convoy with them yesterday. Got to hang out with a really close-knit family. Kind of a Duck Dynasty family. I love them. They were great people. So if you guys are following Gary Stansel, he has the Gwen S10, the kind of gold-colored one. I don't know if you've been following him on Facebook, but he last week was posting a bunch of stuff of his truck before it was built, motor half apart. He's saying, I don't know if I'm going to make it, blah, blah, trying to BS everybody. But he's here. His son's here, and they're about to roll into the burnout box. So we have Gage in the right lane, Gary in the left lane, Stansel family, father-son combination. Dad is in the S10, left lane. Son is in the white Trans Am in the right lane, and that's actually a fresh build. That Gage just put that car together. S10, 831 for the Trans Am. 813 for Gage. 648 for Gary. All right, we got the Chevelle in the left lane. Blue C10 in the right lane. Chevelle with a 707, C10 with a 1017. John back in the left lane with the white Nova, the Z06 in the right lane. John with an 804. Z06 with a 744. Mustang convertible left lane. Ken in the right lane with the blue Camaro. Mustang with a 640. Camaro Ken 648 in the right lane. Purple Camaro into the staging lanes. All right, here we go. Purple F10. This truck is really cool. Looks like they got it kind of figured out. They had some issues at the hotel on Saturday, so looks like they're kind of got them underway. So here we go. 647 for the S10. AJ here with the Camaro. He's got an LT1 in this car. He's out of Indiana. This is a really cool car. You see a lot of LS platforms. This is an LT1 platform. This is not an LS car. AJ out of Indiana. $647. All right, guys, looks like we got Gage Stampfel coming back into the burnout box here. Got the gold Camaro in the right lane, the white Trans Am going to be in the left lane. Stancil in the left lane, gold Camaro in the right lane. Trans Am versus Camaro, both LS powered. Gary Stancil left lane. Chevelle in the right lane. This Chevelle is not black. It may look black. You guys might think it's black, but it's actually a really, really dark emerald green. This car was actually a local car. It was just recently sold. This gentleman is down here now with Drop the Hammer. Doing pretty good with that car. It's running pretty good. Looks like Gary had some troubles off the start there. Gary with a 685. Chevelle with a 680 in the right lane. Looks like Gary had a little bit of trouble there. I don't know if it was his bump button or what was going on there.
He's going to roll through and just break the beam so he can complete the event. He unfortunately broke his L housing. Allow him to come off, break the beam. That'll complete his weekend. Thank you, Joey Tarks, for your dedication.
Okay, guys, so this guy here just needed to roll through and break the beam to make his pass. This guy had cracked his bell housing in this truck. So Joey is out of this, and we thank him for being here, and we thank him for coming out. That's Joey Sharks. Sharks Motorsports. He cracked the bell housing in that thing, so we just needed him to roll through and break the beam. So it showed that he broke the beam for his final pass, and sucks to see him go, but you know, that's kind of how this thing works out. You know, drag and drive. You know, it's awful hard. I know today when I looked at my odometer pulling into the raceway, we were about 300 or so miles since Friday. So when this started on Friday, day one here at US 131 Motorsports Park, then the second day we went to Mid-Michigan in Stanton, Michigan, and now we're back down here for the third and final day here at Drop the Hammer in US 131 Motorsports Park. And I know we've got about 300 miles logged on ours. So I know these guys got to be close, if not right around that area, for the driving event over the weekend, which takes a toll if you have a hot rod. So I think now that would be 5 cars that we have lost for this event. All right, guys, we got the Mustang in the left lane, the Z06 in the right lane. .733 for the Z06, and the Mustang had an 857 in the left lane. So like we were talking about, you know, as we were discussing here, you know, these cars are built to race too, you know, and they're trying to build them to put some miles on them. So when we were doing, you know, at least a 300-mile hike this week, over the weekend here, you know, you know, some of these guys have cars that can't handle that, you know, and it takes a little bit of tough pressure on them. I know Jimmer Klein had a fan problem and was pulled off, and we had stopped him and made sure he was good and helped him out and followed him to the next checkpoint and make sure he didn't overheat. There was quite a few handful of cars that we've seen that were along the way that were kind of pulled off. Dan Mason had pulled off in the truck. He was having some issues. And so we kind of stopped along the way just to make sure everybody was good and just kind of check it out. But, you know, this putting these miles on these cars and then racing them, you know, it takes a little toll on these motors. So AJ here in the left lane, LT1 shot. 640-109 for AJ. Got the Ford Falcon white one in the left lane coming up here. Lincoln Continental in the right lane. Ford Falcon left lane, Lincoln Continental right lane. Bagger built Lincoln Continental. That car is really cool. Them guys are fun to hang out with. Keep your eye on that car in that right lane. Not sure what happened there with the Falcon. I don't know if he bump stopped. Looks like we got a 705 for the Lincoln there. The right lane. Not sure what happened here. I don't know if he had a bump stop issue or what happened there. It looked like he kind of lost the on top of power there and kind of lost it. I think we got a light issue going on here. I think they're testing the tree. I think we got an issue with the tree here. I don't think the light's working on the left lane here. He was in there and bumped and staged in, but green light never came down. There we go. Looks like we got him off. Oh, not a very good pass. 629 at 82 miles an hour for the Ford. The Z06 Corvette coming into the burnout box here. Z06 Corvette. Right lane. Guys, if you're watching this, you're not at church, put down in that little chat box right there and let me know what the weather looks like. I'm hoping we don't have to deal with any rain delays today, but it's nice and cloudy. If it stays like this will be great. The cars will run good, and it'll be a great day. All right. Hey, looks like we got the Orange Typhoon coming back into the burnout box here. Maybe he figured something out and wants to try to do a launch here again. So it looks like he's shooting to try for another pass here. Good thing he didn't break it. Good to see that it wasn't broke. Nice launch. Looks like you got a good launch out of it that time. 720 for the Typhoon. Good to see he's back in action. I'm glad he did break earlier. He was telling me at the hotel he just figured out how to launch this thing because it's all-wheel drive. All right, looks like we have Ken coming into the burnout box with the blue Camaro and the black nose. Camaro, left lane. Ken's looking for a good pass here. All right, let's see how Ken's going to wear down. 648 for Ken, 107. Not a bad pass for Ken. He's out of Battle Creek. He's a Michigan area boy. Looks like we got Seth Veroma coming into the burnout box here. He's driving one of his buddy's cars. It's a Patina Bel Air, 64. Car is cool. This car is a very, very cool car, you guys. Seth Veroma is driving the wheels off this thing, and I don't know if you guys follow him on Facebook or not, but when he was checking into his checkpoints yesterday, some of the pictures that he was posting were just hilarious to see him. He had one where he had a Flintstone umbrella, and then one where he was on his shoes. It looked like a door. Seth Veroma laying her down. Seth with a 749. Looks like he kind of let out of it. Seth, I don't know if you know him and his dad. They're Steve and Seth. They own Grand Valley Towing. They're a sponsor of this event, so shout out to Grand Valley Towing. Thanks for the sponsorship. And if you guys need towing and you guys want, it done right and you don't want your vehicle damaged, give them a shout. You guys will be happy to hook you up. All right, we got the Patina truck coming into the lane here. This Patina International truck is really, really cool. He put this on a Chevy frame, and then he kind of made it all fit. And it turned out really cool, and this truck's been laying down some really good passes. And it ran pretty good on the way up here during the cruises, too. So let's keep an eye on this guy because he's a contender in this. $652. And if I was a betting man, I'd have to say he turned that truck up a little bit. He sure looked like he laid down a pretty fast pass right there. And I know that these guys had already said, once they get their first passes in, kind of walking around having coffee, talking to them this morning, they said, we just need to get our final pass in and we're turning it up. So I hope you guys are going to stay tuned today because there's going to be some fun drag racing going on because some of these guys got the itch to see what they really got going on. Chevelle in the left lane. Mid-greasy C10 in the right lane. $613 for the left lane, and it does not look like the tree picked up the right lane, so we don't have a time on that. I think he may have left before the tree, so it didn't get him a time. So he'll have to bring that thing back around and we'll have to get him another time. All right, we got the 70 Chevelle coming into the burnout box here on the right lane, and Dan Mason with the green LS Dodge Ram. This guy right here was part of our convoy yesterday, and I think we put about a half a gallon of Rain-X on his windshield. So I got to hang out with Dan Mason a little bit over the weekend at the hotel. He was telling me he just got this truck together. He had some issues with it over the winter, and this is the first time out this year with it. We had a good time. We had good conversations, and I was so glad that he was part of our convoy yesterday. What a great time. Dan Mason in the left lane, 70 Chevelle in the right lane. The Chevelle with a 707 and Dan Mason in the left lane looked like he had a red light. So we got the blue C10 coming into the left lane, and we got Seth Roma in the right lane there with his buddy 64 Bel Air. So we got Seth with a 702, right lane, left lane 924. Hayden, can you come up here a minute?
Thank you to Carl Stansel.
'All right, guys, Mustang. Okay, we got the Mustang on the left lane here. $849 for the Mustang in the left lane. Looking back here in the pit area, guys, kind of looking back in the back here. See Jim McCline underneath the hood of his car. I know he said he just wanted to make one good pass to turn in his slip, and then he wanted to see what he could do today. So right now we're getting ready to go into an all run. So this is an all run right here. These guys come in and they kind of go against their own times. Looks like we may have lost the red Ford Ranger. He's loaded him up on the trailer. Looks like he might have did a one and done pass, turned it in, and then loaded up. So we're waiting for these guys to get staged here in the lanes. Looks like we might have Aiden Bailey come out here real quick and do a pass. Aiden Bailey with a 513 on Friday. Has not been able to shake that bug out since. Hayden Bailey in the burnout box. So it'd be nice to see Hayden Bailey actually be able to make a nice launch right here. This is his third pass, I think, this morning, and each pass he's been having troubles. His car's hooking so hard that it wants to put that nose right to the stars there. So he's having a little bit of an issue trying to keep this car. I think he put a little more power into it than he had on Friday and Saturday, and now it's hooking so hard that he's had to actually take some power out of it. See Tom backing him in there. So Hayden Bailey had a 513 on Friday, and Tom Bailey had a 516 on Friday. See Tom Bailey down there doing a little dancing. His shoes are sticking to the track there. .524. That's a little bit better. They're getting her dialed in there. Now he's getting down there. He had a personal best of 513 on Friday, so he's getting her dialed in there. All right, now we've got these two. This has been a collaboration if you've been watching the live streams all weekend and you kind of know what's going on. You have Pat Goodell in the white Camaro, or Corvette. You got Tim in the black one. So Tim Cortez and Pat Gundo, these two have been going head-to-head, and this is all they've been doing. I think this is probably their 146th race of the weekend, these two. These guys have been having a blast out here doing this. Pat with a 765, Tim with a 758. Those guys will be back around. I'm sure you'll see them with about 35 more races today. Looks like we got Steve Morris and Tom Bailey standing down here in the line. Look like they're kind of doing some hee-hawing around about what's going on there. I think Steve Morris is doing some head itching of what lane he wants to take a choice in here. So we got the Camaro in the left lane. Hot Rod Hover Round Hauler in the right lane. 879 for the Camaro, 1006 for the Hot Rod Hover Round Hauler. Got the blue C10 in the left lane and the silver Pontiac Trans Am in the right lane. 879. So a lot of these guys are running a little faster than they should be because, like I said, this track is hooking today. So a lot of these guys are running faster than their number and what class they're in. A lot of them are going back and turning the power on. So we got the Trans Am with a 739 in the right lane, the blue C10 with an 804. We got Youngblood coming into the burnout box. Youngblood, this is a cool truck here. He's a local guy. Jacob's truck here. This is a LS converted truck. Very cool truck. Runs pretty hard.
We all know better than that.
Looks like Jacob pulled a red light on that one. Still did an 828. Jacob red lighted. Like we got Gary Stansel coming back around here in the staging lanes. This is the open class, guys. So we're running the open class right now. So this is anybody and everybody can run right now. So like I said, I think a lot of guys are back taking power out of their cars because a lot of these guys are going faster than they actually were indexed in for. This track's looking pretty good today for these guys. We've seen Brian Acton come out here. He went a 42. So he had to definitely go back and turn it down. Now we got Tim Kateras and Pat Goodall back here again. These two, okay, this is probably their 147th or so race now. These two are just cracking me up this whole weekend. So you got Tim in the right lane. You got Pat in the left lane. Tim Kateras Graphics. He's one of the sponsors here. Pat Goodall, owner of Village Motorsports. Got the green Village Motorsports Camaro that Jimmer Klein drives. $7.59 for Pat and a $7.60 for Timmy. Got the Ford Falcon coming around and the Lincoln Continental coming into the burnout box. All right, guys. Ford Falcon left lane. Lincoln Continental right lane. Ford Falcon with a 723. Lincoln Continental with a 704. And as you guys seen right there, just what I was just saying. You can see they have too much power. Track's hooking really, really good. And that is what's going on with these guys. So we got the Hot Rod Hauler left lane, Camaro in the right lane. Got the blue C10 in left lane, silver Pontiac Trans Am in the right lane here. Looks like we got some staging lanes filling up here, guys, so. Gary Stansel, left lane. Jacob Youngblood, right lane. Both LS power trucks. Battle of the LS is here. Gary Stansel with a 667. Jacob Youngblood with a 842 in the right lane with the white C10. Vance Cooper in the left lane. Come into the stage. John is in the right lane in the white Nova. $645 for Vance Cooper in the left lane. John laid down an 806 in the right lane. Vance Cooper, he's got that thing just a spinning like crazy. All right, guys, purple S10 in the left lane. Z06 in the right lane. Nice wheelie. 654 for the S10, 743 for that Z06, and that S10 had a really nice wheelie coming off the line right there. Glad to see he's getting that truck figured out. As I was saying earlier, when we were at the hotel on Saturday night, I went outside and them guys were tuning away with a laptop in their hand and a puddle of water all over underneath under that thing. So it's good to see them finally getting them bugs figured out, and they got it rolling. All right, here we got Pat Goodall and Tim Kateras again, the Battle of the Corvettes. Got this Dodge Dart. This is a 6-cylinder car here in the right lane. A 14.58 for the Dart in the right lane. So we got Tim in the left lane and Pat in the right lane. The never-ending races. These two, I think if they had an Xbox, they'd probably wear it out against each other. Pat and Tim, let's go. Pat Goodall with a 757 and Tim Kateras with a 764. Z28 Camaro in the left lane. The Hot Rod Hover Around Hauler in the right lane. Silver Pontiac Trans Am in the left lane. Gary Stansel in the right lane. Stansel with a 629 in the right lane. 629 for Gary Stansel. 777 for the Pontiac Trans Am in the left lane. We got Seth in the left lane here. Black green Chevelle in the right lane there. That's dark green Chevelle. He's a new owner of that car, so keep an eye on him. Can never trust Seth, so keep an eye on left lane. Seth Veroma with a 701 in the left lane. 683 in the right lane. Got to keep your eye on Seth. You can't never trust that guy. He'd tell you he has a 6-cylinder in his car and then pop the trunk with 2 kits of nitrous in the trunk. Can never trust that guy. Good guy. Him and his dad own Grand Valley Towing. They're sponsors of this, so reach out to Grand Valley Towing for all your towing needs. Got to give a shout out to Corey Hall and John Mayer. They're working over here in the booth, keeping everything dialed in for us and keeping all track of the results. Give a shout out to Julie and Carl Stansel. Z06 in the left lane. Looks like he spun quite a bit, so looks like he's just going to take her easy out on the... Guys, can you hear how sticky that track is? So like I was saying earlier, that's what these guys are running into. Because the last couple days it was a little bit warmer temperatures, so now it's cooled down. The track's holding a little bit better, so now they got to turn this temperature, turn the tunes down with these guys with the temperature, because now they're sticking to the track so hard. And we seen that this morning when Aiden Bailey came out here, his first run of the day. We seen that 57 Chevy just stab it, and he went straight to the sky with it. So we see that these guys are hooking today really hard. So keep your eyes open, and you'll see some pretty fast passes. I know a lot of these guys are ready to get going on some head-to-head racing here.
You sit down and you feel like that real.
Looks like we got Pat and Tim coming back into the lanes again. Pat's going to be in the left lane. Tim Kateras is going to be in the right lane. Tim Kateras Printing, he's one of the sponsors here in the right lane. Sponsor of Drop the Hammer. Reach out to Tim for all your printing needs. Tim and Pat, these two have done multiple rounds of racing this weekend. They should pretty much know what each other runs. Looks like we got Pat with a 757 in the left lane. Tim Kateras with an 823 in the right lane. We got a Camaro, black Camaro in the left lane in the burnout box here. We got a blue C10 in the right lane. Camaro in the left lane. Blue C10 in the right lane. For the blue C10, 903 for the black Camaro in the left lane. Seth Roma coming into the left lane here. Keep an eye on Seth Roma. Like I told you, this guy here, he is a shyster boy. They own Grand Valley Towing, him and his dad, so if you need anybody, reach out to your towing needs. Looks like Seth's laying her down there pretty good. Seth with a 706. Z06 coming into the right lane. Z06 right lane here. All right, guys, we got Dan Mason in the left lane. Green LS truck. LS Ram. He just got this thing put together. This is his first time out with it this year. Black Camaro on the right, or black Mustang in the right lane, excuse me. Dan Mason in the LS Ram in the left lane. Let's get him bumped in here. Keep your eye on that truck, guys. .609 for Dan Mason in the left lane with the LS Ram. 857 for the black Mustang in the right lane. Brian Acton in the left lane here. Brian Acton. These guys here, Fast Acton Racing. You see Jay out there. He's stepping on the track, checking it out. These guys are the 545 liter index board right now. These are your leaders. 545 index. Brian Acton. He's followed up by Roger Wardell, Sleep Doctor, which is one of the sponsors. So keep your eyes on these guys. They've been pretty competitive all weekend. They've been staying right in there too on their 545 index. So Brian Acton left lane. Ford Falcon in the right. with a 544. So Jay's going to have to come around there and turn that thing down again. So we had a 612 in the right lane for the Ford Falcon. Ryan Acton with a 544. He's running a 545 index. He's in the first class, so it looks like Jay is so good with that keyboard, he's going to have to go back there and say, hey, we got to turn this thing down a little bit this time. It's like we're running a little faster than we should be, so we'll see them come back around again. Blue C10 left lane, black Camaro in the right lane. Blue C10 in the left lane, 807, black Camaro with a 906. Got Pat Goodell in the left lane. We got Tim Kateras in the right lane with their vets again. Couple hundred race today, I think, for those two. So Pat with a 762.
Tower to Carl.
Tim with an 814. Got Seth Rome in the left lane, 70 Chevelle in the right lane. Seth, owner of Grand Valley Towing, him and his dad. One of the sponsors here at Drop the Hammer. $697 for Seth, and a 703 for the Chevelle in the right lane.
Actually more of that money to make sure that their product is superior. Awesome.
Silver Trans Am looked like he had a little bit of issues there coming off the line. He'll probably be coming back around. What a 939. I'm sure he'll be back around here. Like I was saying, if you guys just tuned in, you know, these guys are running a little faster than as they've seen, and we've seen that a couple times today. We've seen that when Aiden Bailey came out for his first pass. He stabbed it, and the old 57 shot right to the moon. And we just seen it with Brian Acton. You know, Brian and Jay, they're running a 545 index, but they went 544. So Jay's going to go back and slow that thing down a little bit so they can get a good number. And I know he is a wizard with that keyboard, so they'll dial that thing right in. A lot of these guys are running a lot faster than they should have been, you know, mostly all weekend. This track's really, really hooking today. It's real sticky. You can almost hear the cars going down it. It's so sticky. Guys are having a lot of fun out here today, though, because I think a lot of them came in this morning, laid their first pass down. Now they're just turning it up and having a blast. Good time if you're not doing anything after church. Come on out, bring the family out. It's $20 for the day. You can hang out and watch some racing. Steve Morris is on the grounds. Aiden Bailey and Tom Bailey are on the grounds. You can come out and get some autographs and take some pictures. We're down at 131 U.S. Motorsports Park. Final day to Drop the Hammer. Roger went into the burnout box. Roger in the left lane, Ken in the right lane. Roger, Mr. Sleep Doctor, he's a sponsor of the Drop the Hammer event this year. If you need a really nice, comfortable bed, reach out to Roger, Sleep Doctor. He'll hook you right up. I know John Mayer said he has one of his beds and he just absolutely loves it. Here we go! Roger laying down a 543. Ken putting in a 645. Roger is on a 545 index with Brian Acton. So I'm sure he's probably going to want to slow that thing down a little bit too and bring her back around here. That's your second place in the 545 index class. Left Camaro, left lane. Dan Fouts in the truck in the right lane. That's a Torque Storm supercharged truck by Chris Curlis. If you don't know Curlis Auto Repair, he makes a kit for that thing. 832 for Dan with the Torque Storm. 912 for the Camaro in the left lane. Chris Curlis makes a kit that Torque Storm has, and he puts them trucks together for you. So if you are really interested in putting a supercharger on one of your newer trucks as a daily driver, have a little fun with it, plus still having maybe a tow vehicle, reach out to Chris Curlis, Curlis Auto Repair. Chris will hook you right up. Actually, not too expensive either. I thought it would be a lot more than it was for the package deal. Right lane, we got the Dodge Dart here. This is a 6-cylinder car. Got a 1342 for the 6-cylinder Dodge. Gator. Are you by the truck? Yeah. I think old man Carl might be coming that way.
What was that?
Wrong Carl. Mustang left lane, John in the right lane. 779 for the Mustang in the left lane. John puts down a 798. I think we're closing in on the final time limit here. I think these guys are going to have to get their time slips in. I believe it's by 1 o'clock. I think 1 o'clock is the deadline for these guys to get their slips in. Don't really see many people in the staging lanes, so if you guys bear with me here, I'm going to kind of move you. This is kind of the pit area, registration trailer and stuff. So if you guys kind of take a look, you can kind of see the pits there. I'll let you guys kind of hang out and kind of view the pits while we're waiting for people to come in the staging lanes. Not much going on there, so. See some people look like they're putting their trailers, getting their cars put away and locked up. See this Camaro's coming back around for another round here. So I think we're going to do a little heads-up racing yet after this is over today. We're going to try to get some matchups going here. And I know one of the matchups they're trying to get going out here is Aiden and Tom Bailey, trying to get a father-son duo to touch it off out here, which would be kind of fun to do. $9.17 for the Camaro on the right lane. $9.17. Guys, if you're from the area, you know who this gentleman is. This is Mr. Chrome Bolts, Ken Furlick himself on the property. Ken just pulled in. Looks like he's going to bust out that camera. So if you follow Ken on his wall and Chrome Bolts, keep an eye on his wall. It looks like he'll have some cool pictures up tonight too. So we got Hard Target Images out here as well today. They've been kind of with us the whole weekend, taking some really cool pictures. I'm going to spin you guys around here while we're kind of waiting for everybody in the staging area. I think everybody right now is just kind of turning in time slips. I believe the cutoff was 1. Tilt you down there so you guys can kind of see what's going on.
Up there at 125, ready, suited up, ready to go, so that as soon as we can draw the chips, they climb back in and we pair them up and they go down. Actually, let's have them do an announcement going forward. Have anybody come down in lane 1 and 2? That's just time trials. Have the quick 8 kind of grouped in the 5, 6, 2, 3, or 3, 4, 5, 6 lanes. Back at the beginning of the fence there. Okay, when would we be able to make an announcement on who's in the quick 8? What time is it?
All right, guys, so right now we're listening to Carl Stansel. Trying to get this
10 to 1, Carl. I think we want them to be in the lanes by 125. Yeah, so doing an announcement right now that if you think you're in the quick 8 or you've been able to get yourself in the quick 8 with a time slip, to make sure it's turned in.
All right, guys, so there you have it. We're actually listening to the radios here. So it sounds like they're trying to get the quick 8 lined up here by like 1:30. So it sounds like they're getting together who's in the quick 8, and they're going to announce who that is. And once we get that underway, then we'll know who we got to line up here. But it sounds like about 1:30 they want to get everybody underway here and back on the track for the quick 8 today.
Things you want to do if you're still making some time runs there. Yeah, time slips.
Come on up.
I'm on a nice sail.
All right, guys, so if you're tuning in today, today's the final day. We're at Drop the Hammer. This is the third and final day. We started out here on Friday at US 131 Motorsports Park on Friday afternoon. And we got through the racing on Friday, and everybody kind of got going underway. And Steve Morris had some troubles on Friday. He kind of shook the tires, and he cracked his battery when he shook the tires after he laid down his first good pass, the fast pass of the weekend. So then he had some troubles. Talking with Kyle Morris, Kyle was telling me that they got the battery fixed and they had to reset some computer stuff, and they got him back underway. And he didn't pull into the hotel till, oh man, it was midnight-ish. So we got this black Camaro again here in the right lane. So we had him pull in, and he got there about midnight. Shook the hotel. Steve Morris rolled in 12:30, shook the whole hotel. So we knew he was on grounds. So they got their issue figured out, and he made it up there. Yesterday we had a good day of racing. Everybody got their races in, and then on the way back, we did a time-lapse video. If you haven't followed us on Facebook and 616 Racing Channel, you can go on the Racing Channel group page, send us a request, we'll accept that, and then you can see some of the cool pictures. Looks like we got a 699 for the Chevelle in the right lane there. So Hostile Intentions, probably trying to get a good pass there. All right, guys, so we're just going to hang out here for a little bit. We got about 20 minutes or so. These guys are trying to get the quick 8 guys together. Got to get them all lined up. Who's going to be the quick 8 racing here? Let you guys hang out, kind of view what's going on behind the scenes here. Right now, this is where everybody's kind of at. Tom Bailey, Aiden Bailey, and Steve Morris are behind that red tent there, that red RevX truck. All right, looks like we got Brian Acton coming back around here for a pass. These guys have been faster than their 545 index. This is your leader. Brian Acton, he's the leader of the 545 index. Following Roger. Roger Wardell is right behind him. But like I was telling you guys earlier, that this car is so fast that they had to actually go slow it down. This track is hooking so hard today. You see Jay out there right now checking it out. So we got Brian Acton coming into the lane here. Brian Acton, that's your 545 index leader. Left lane. Roger Wardell, right behind him. Brian Acton. 544 for Brian Acton. Looks like they still got to slow that thing down a little bit yet. He's on a 545 index, so if he runs faster than that, that's not a good thing. They need to either run 545 or a little slower than that to stay in the class. Silver Trans Am in the left lane, ZL6 in the right lane. 748 in the left lane, 747 in the right. 748 for the Trans Am and 747 for the Z06. Got the Camaro in the left lane. We got John in the right lane here with his white Nova. John with a 798 in the right lane, 919 in the left lane. Blue C10 in the right lane. This Blue C10 is a really, really cool truck, you guys. I've got some really neat rolling videos of this that are going to be posted on our YouTube channel next week. Roger Wardell coming into the burnout box along with the purple S10. All right, we got Roger in the left lane and the purple S10 in the right lane. Sleep Doctor left lane. Roger is the Sleep Doctor. He's a sponsor of this event. He is your 545 index class. That is your second place right now. Whoa, the S10 got a little sideways there. The purple S10. 544 for Roger. 773 for the right lane for that S10. Looked like he got a little jiggy with it there. Roger's going to have to go back and slow his down. He's on a 545 index, and he ran a little faster than he's supposed to. Got Gary Stansel coming into the right lane here. Gary Stansel's been running pretty good all weekend, actually. He's been pretty impressed and pretty happy with this thing. Gary is a U.S. veteran. He is in the Army. Gary Stansel with a 643 in the right lane. Silver Chevelle, right lane. Guys, if you see some vibration, I apologize. I have a vibration-proof camera mount that we are on, but we are right next to the burnout box. 626 for the Chevelle. 626 for the Chevelle on the right lane. Hostile Intentions Chevelle on the right lane. Got Dan Mason in the left lane with the LS Ram. Guys, as I was saying, if you see this thing shaking a little bit, I am actually up in the box. But the floor is shaking in here so bad from their burnouts. That's why you see the camera moving. So I apologize for that. But we have a vibration-proof tripod and everything here for the camera, but it's just not working out with us being right here, and the floor is moving. When these guys are doing burnouts, you can actually feel the floor shaking in here. Dan Mason left lane, the Hostile Intentions right lane. Dan Mason left lane, 601 with that LS Ram. Hostile Intentions with a 699 in the right lane. Silver Trans Am in the left lane. Tim Kater's in the right lane. Todd in that silver Trans Am and Tim in that Corvette. $783 for Tim in the right lane. $741 for the left lane. Looks like we got some cars coming back into the staging lanes here, guys. Left Camaro in the left lane here. Got some more cars coming around. About 25 minutes or so, and then we're going to head to the heads-up racing. Camaro with a 913. So as we were hearing on the radio there, sounds like Carl is trying to line up the quick 8 for right around 1:30-ish. So it sounds like we're going to be able to go underway with some really cool racing here shortly.
How that works.
Carl Stansel coming into the burnout box. Carl Stansel was having some problems yesterday. We were on the road with him and following him around, and got his bugs worked out. He needs a TPI sensor, so hopefully we'll see if he can lay down a good pass here. He's got his grandson in the left lane. So his grandson Gage is in the left lane. And then we got Grandpa in the right lane. This is the Stansel family here. Good guys. That one in the right lane is one that was in our convoy yesterday that we had stopped and had to do some reprogramming and some tuning to get it here. Gage with an 816. Carl with an 822. Looks like grandson took Grandpa out. That was a good rivalry. I'm sure that'll be talked about for a while. Live stream. Convertible Mustang there in the right lane. 628. All right, looks like we slowed down here in the staging lanes a little bit, so bear with me here for a quick second. Go get some coffee. You're still drinking coffee in the afternoon. You're still with us and you need to go take a potty break. You can do that as well. We got about 25 minutes or so, and then it sounds like we're going to go with the quick 8 here, so guys stay tuned and hang out with us here for a little bit. I'm going to try to level you guys a little here so you can see a little bit better while we're waiting for get the quick 8 underway. So this is a registration trailer, check-in area. This is where everybody's kind of getting registered and hanging out. I'll let you check that out for a little bit while we're waiting to go underway here. What's that? Nope. Nope. We didn't get rain until we were just about back to Michigan critical power yesterday. Yeah, Tom Bailey said he hit Walker area and it started sprinkling. They just got a room. But yeah, we were all back in Grand Rapids when it really started coming down. We did get caught. We were with the Stansel family, so we had Carl and Gary, Gage, Carl Sr., and then we had Dan with us in the green Dodge. And Dan was hanging out with us, and we ended up using about a half a gallon of Rain-X on all the windshields. But yeah, once we hit Berlin, that last checkpoint, that's when it really started coming down. Haven't been here all weekend. Haven't seen him. Dan's here. He's here somewhere. He's been running all weekend, though. I don't see him. He might be that way. He was over here. Oh, he's right there where Jimmer was, right next to Jimmer. So, guys, right now we are just kind of trying to get the Fast 8 together at the registration booth here. So as soon as they do that, we'll get going on that. So we are not done with racing yet today. Still got a lot of racing yet to go. Fast 8's coming up. Most of the guys right now are just back there getting tuned up. Came in, laid their passes down. They turned in their times. So right now we're going to do some heads up. Fast 8. Corey's telling them all right now to get in their fire suits and get into the lane. So what they're going to do, they're going to do some track prep here for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then after that, we're going to go to the heads up. That's going to be some fun racing. So that's going to be not against Drop the Hammer. That's just going to be for the fun of it. So keep tuned in. Keep watch us. I'll put you guys here to the staging lane so you can kind of see who's coming up and who's going to be staging. So right now we got a couple of cars that are going to probably come back through here real quick and try to lay a number down. I know they're not real happy with the number that they had, especially Gage Stampel. So I know he's going to come back down here. We're going to try to do some racing. We got Pat and Tim again, head-to-head Corvettes, going at it again. Looks like Pat Goodall with a 776, Tim Kateras with a 774. Got Gage Stansel here coming into the burnout box. Gage Stansel coming out here. I think he's trying to lay down a little bit faster of a pass. 8:23. We got Ken coming into the staging lanes here. Ken with the blue Camaro, 1979. These guys have had a real good weekend. Laid down some good passes. Car's been running pretty decent. It's been a pretty good weekend. Ken with a 648. Pretty good pass. All right. Now, don't look like there's anyone in the staging lane, so if you need a potty break, need a coffee break, now's the time to go get it done. We're going to do some track prep, and then we're going to come back with the heads up and the Fast 8. So stay tuned. We're going to do some track prep. I will turn you guys around and let you check out the prep or the pit area versus watching the guys doing the prep on the track here. So hang on just a second here. Bear with me. So this is going to be the staging area, staging lanes and the registration booth. Quick 8 head-to-heads coming up. These guys are going to do some track prep. Take a brief intermission here a minute. Now's the time for your potty break. So now, right now, if you guys are still watching us, kind of what's going on right now is we're kind of on an intermission here. Got some heads-up racing coming. This is going to be fun. These guys are going to turn it up and do some fun racing. So you're going to want to stay tuned to this. But right now, they're just doing some track prep. So if you need to fill coffee, need a bathroom break, got to quick and run and do something, you got about 20 minutes or so-ish, and we'll be underway again. So now's a good time to do what you got to do. Fill up that coffee cup, go to the restroom, or if you're coming home from church, slow down. You don't need to be speeding. We'll be here for a while. Don't need to be going fast. But if you stayed up home from church and you didn't go today, God's looking down on you. All right, guys. 1:30 is what I was just being told, that we are going to go underway again. Right now, you're just kind of looking over the pit area, the staging lanes. That white trailer you see right there is the registration booth. The red tent you see there, that's RevX. Then to the left of that, you see 616 Racing Channel. That's us. That's our merch. We got some stickers and shirts, and if you have not checked that out yet, you can go over. You can even go online. Go on our Facebook group page, 616 Racing Channel group page on Facebook. There's a link to the merch. You can go on there. You can order shirts. We got them all colors and all sizes. We got hoodies and decals. We got race car decals, little ones for the side windows and big ones for your back windows. So 616 Racing. Go over and check out our merch. If you guys are on the ground, you can get over there and hook up with Caden. Caden will take care of you. So we're checking out this pit area, guys. Keeping an eye on it. Looks like I see Jimmer Klein all fired up and ready to go. Jimmer Klein making his way around here. We get ready to go to the heads-up racing. So like I said, right now, if you're with us, stick with us. We're going to go do some heads-up racing. Right now, they're just doing some track prep, so we're on a brief intermission. So I got you watching the staging lanes and kind of the pit area at the moment. Until we go back racing here in about another 15 minutes. Got some track prep going. So don't go nowhere. Stay tuned. We're not done yet. We'll fill up that coffee cup, use the restroom. Make sure you get right back here, though. Because we're not done yet. Drop the hammer, final day. US 131 Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I agree. That's the rush.
So, guys, what you hear is they're doing some track prep. We have some heads-up racing coming up here at about 1:30. So you got about 23 minutes, or 13 minutes. 13 minutes, and these guys will be suiting up and getting into the staging lane. US 131 Motorsports Park, track team officials, keeping this track nice and safe for us today. Definitely have done a good job of making it a very good track to hook on today. Seen Aiden Bailey's first pass out this morning. He stood that thing right on the bumper, nose pointed in the sky. Second pass out, did the same thing. So we know this track's running really good and hard today. Looks like we got some more guys coming into the staging lanes. I'll turn you guys a little bit there so you can see just a little bit more of the staging area. And you can see kind of what's going on down in the pits. If you guys look behind that red tent right there, you see that white trailer. Right behind that red tent and that white trailer is where we have Tom Bailey, Aiden Bailey, and Steve Morris. So right now you see guys down there. You see Roger walking around in that red fire suit. Roger getting ready to do some heads up. Well, these guys have to be in the staging lanes, I believe, by 1:30. So stay tuned. 1:30, we're going to go back to racing here. We're doing some track prep, getting ready to do some heads up. So you still got a few minutes yet. If you need to go fill that coffee cup. Got to use that restroom yet this morning. It's afternoon. We're afternoon now. Holy cow. All right, guys, we got 5-minute warning here going on. Get these guys in the lane. Look like we got Steve Morris coming around to get in the lane. 5-minute warning. Got to have these guys lined up. 125, be in the lane. 1:30, we're racing. So 1:30, we're racing. 125, these guys all have to be in the lanes. Got Steve Morris rolling in the lane. Casey back there. Jimmer Klein in the lane. Roger Wardell in the lane. Gage Stansel in the lane. Got some fast cars up here. You guys are going to be ready to go here at 1:30. 5 more minutes. These guys all have to be in the lane. If they're racing, they need to be in the lanes by 125. So 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. These guys have to be staged, ready to go. Fire suits on, and ready to get in their cars and rock and roll. So we got about 5 more minutes to get these guys in here, and then 1:30 we go back underway. See those Martin US 131 track officials down there laying us some nice prep. Tom Bailey and Aiden Bailey coming into the lanes. Hopefully we don't have any rain coming anytime soon. Kind of cloudy still, but I'm hoping that we can keep this rain to hold off for the remainder of the day at least. I'll turn you guys just a little more here so you can actually see the staging lanes. As you see Tom Bailey and Aiden Bailey coming into the staging lane there in the back with the 57 Chevy there. I'll zoom you guys in here just for a little bit. All right, so this is going to be our class. This is going to be the next class coming out, and it's actually going to be a heads-up race. So this is not, this isn't part of the drop the hammer where these guys have to turn in time slips. This is going to be a heads-up racing event right here. So see Tom and Aiden back there. You see Steve Morris in the lane. See Jimmer Klein in the lane. Got Casey over there in the Camaro. Roger, Gage. Looks like we got Brian Acton coming in the lane. Guys, if you are watching today, you tuned in for the third and final day of Drop the Hammer. We're down at US 131 Motorsports Park. Third and final day. It's been a great event. We started out here on Friday. Then the second day, we were in Mid-Michigan Motorplex yesterday, Stanton, Michigan. And now the third and final day, we're back down here at US 131 Motorsports Park. Been a fun time. This Drop the Hammer has been a really great event. This is a drag and drive event, kind of, after a sick week type thing. Tom Bailey's here. So sick week members are even here. Tom Bailey's part of this. Steve Morris is even kind of part of this. So we're all here. All the gang's there. But this has been a really good event. Carl's done great with it. I hope to see it grow next year. We started out with 55 cars in the beginning of this on Friday. We went down to about 50-ish cars now, I think. I think we're 5 or 6 cars out that got broke. But for the most part, I think everybody's still here. We're still doing real good as far as people that's entered. So I think we're just down a few cars, if I'm not wrong. And we'll be back underway here shortly, about 1:30. So you got about 6 minutes to go fill that coffee cup, use the restroom. And then all them guys you see sitting right there in them staging lanes are going to be doing some heads-up racing here. So you're going to want to get back here and keep your eye on it. Jimmer Klein, I know he was going to turn his up a little bit. I know Aiden Bailey, he wanted to turn his up, but the way he took off at his first pass this morning and put that nose towards the sky, I don't know that Aiden could turn that thing up anymore. He might not have enough to hold that thing to the track if he keeps turning that thing up. So we got about 5 more minutes. US 131 Motorsports Park. These guys are down here and they're doing some track prep for us. Because these boys right here are some fast cars and they need to hold it down. Because if these guys do turn it up, you'll see some fast 8th mile pass today. So most of the racing this weekend that you guys seen was all 8th mile, no quarter mile racing. It was all 8th mile. So if you're thinking these guys are going super fast with 5-second passes, this is an 8th mile event. So not a quarter mile event. Third and final day down here. Looks like Carl's getting them all together there in the meeting. They're all huddled up there by Steve Morris's car. If you see that wagon there and you look behind him, you see all them people huddled up there. Looks like Carl's going over some rules with them and try to get this racing back underway here. Stay with us, guys. These are going to be the fast cars. These are the cars that you guys are going to want to watch. Like I say, we got Tom and Aiden Bailey here. We got Steve Morris, Jimmer Klein. These guys are some fast guys right here. These cars you see sitting in the lane right now. So as we're going to continue to watch these guys do some prep here for us at 131, I'll let you guys keep an eye on this driver's meeting over here, and you'll see these guys drawing chips. Right now, they're drawing numbers is what they're doing right now. So if you look over there and you see them, Carl kind of went over some things, hey, this is what we got to do. You guys got to have fire suits, helmets, blah, blah, blah. And then now they're picking numbers. So there's a bag over there with some chips in it, and that's kind of what we're going off of. This is a heads-up race. So, if you race and you win, then you go to the next round. You lose, you're out. But so we're doing some heads-up racing here. So, I'd really like to see this come down to like maybe Tom Bailey and Jimmer Klein, or maybe Jimmer Klein and maybe Steve Morris. That'd be your number 1 and number 2 right now. Jim Klein with a 505. 460s and 470s all weekend for Steve Morris. So, there's your first and second. That'd be a great head-to-head match to see come down. As first and second place would be to watch Steve Morris and Jim Klein go head-to-head over that. All right, guys, looks like we're going to get going here. I see the drivers are putting on suits. Looks like we're going to get underway here shortly. US 131 Motorsports Park out here doing some track prep for us so we can hold these big guys down. A lot of these cars right here, you guys, you're seeing right there in that camera right now that you're watching are over 1,000 horsepower. These are no joke. Some of them cars are 2,000, 3,000 horsepower down there when they turn them up. And capable of it. I know Steve Morris's car's got to be capable of at least 3,000 horsepower. So it looks like they're getting them ready to get fired up. We'll get them into the lanes here.
Yes, we're just going to run with
Not too sure how the chips fell, whose numbers drew what. But we're going to find out here as they pull into the lanes. You see Carl down there with the black hat and the gray shirt. And then his daughter right next to him, Julie. Those two, Carl has put this event together. And Carl, I tell you what, he has done an excellent job with this event. This has been one fun event to hang out. It's been one fun event to go on the road cruises with all these guys. It's definitely, if you have not done this year and you were like, well, maybe I'll see how it goes. Next year, if you have a car and you want to do this, you should get your butt out here because this has been a fun time. Even at the hotel, it was a great time. You know, everybody was there and turned into a parking lot party. Had a few guys out there working on cars and doing the maintenance on their cars. It was a good time. Yesterday, we did a 2-hour and 45-minute trip back. And if you go on our Facebook group page, 616 Racing Channel, you'll see that on our group page that we did like a video, 2 hours and 45-minute time lapse that turned into like 28 seconds. Very neat video. And then you'll see a kind of a pause in the middle. That's where we had a breakdown. So, yeah, if you haven't followed us, go over to our Facebook page, 616 Racing Channel, group page, or the racing page, and follow us. All right, looks like we're going to get Scott in the lanes here. Looks like we're going to go back underway. So let's turn you guys around and let's get her going. All right, guys, so here we go. We got some heads-up racing coming. Got Scott Kleppinger in the left lane, Roger Wardell in the right lane. They're in the burnout box right now.
You know, of course, I've got the right lane. I'm repping Roger Wardell, Steve Tucker. I like to see him go off the win, but you know, I can't call it. That barrel sure is fast. It's been running with an awesome number. And, you know, running in their class, I don't know how hard he's got.
Sorry, guys, we are in the tower and we're next to the burnout box, so the floor is actually moving in here when these guys are idling and doing burnouts. So I'm trying to get you kind of idled and stationed in there. I think we're pretty well good right now. All right, so we're going to get ready to get some heads-up racing going on. All right, I think they're going to clear the track here a minute, make sure we're good to go, and then we should be underway. Heads up racing, drop the hammer. Third and final day, US 131 Motorsports Park. Some heads up racing coming up. Then we got the award ceremony. Looks like we might have some debris on the track yet. So we got some heads up racing. Got all the fast guys here in the staging lanes. Roger Wardell's car is just sitting here idling away. Must be nice not to have to worry about a temperature rise. So it looks like they got a couple things that they want to take care of on the track here, guys, and then we're going to be underway with racing. So it looks like we got a few minutes here just for them to get the track underway. Once we get the track underway, we'll be back to racing. This is Heads Up Racing. This is not a drag and drive event part here. This is a heads up race. These guys have already turned in their time slips. Time slips had to be in by 1 o'clock today. So now we're just out here having a little fun. We're going to do some heads up racing, and then we got a little awards ceremony coming up. Today we're at US 131 Motorsports Park. We started here on Friday. We raced here Friday, laid down some good passes, good numbers. Everybody pretty much set the bar really high Friday afternoon. And then Friday afternoon, after we packed up, we all headed up to Mid-Michigan Motorplex up in Stanton, Michigan. We rounded the day out up there for a while. Then we came back down here yesterday during the rainstorm. We got under about Grand Rapids. Everybody was in Grand Rapids before we really started hitting rain, though. Talked to Tom Bailey this morning, and he said he hit the Walker exit before it started raining, and they just got a hotel and pulled off. So everybody was safe and sound. Everybody's here today. Went through a lot of rain X over the day, though, I can tell you that. So, guys, we're just waiting on some track prep.
Shout out to our sponsors, Little Fast Productions.
Waiting on some track prep here. And then we're getting to the heads ahead. The head-to-head is going to be these big boys. Got Aiden Bailey. Aiden Bailey, Tom Bailey, Jimmer Klein, Steve Morris, Roger Ordo, Brian Agnew, Clark, Gage, Scott Kiplinger. Got some really fast cars in this lane right now. It's going to be a good little event right here. Little heads up racing. These guys drew chips. So this is number on number here. So it looks like the first numbers that we had, number 1, would have been Scott and Roger. So that's who's in the burnout box here while we're waiting for the track prep. Finish up here. These guys will be number 1 on the heads up. These guys all had to draw chips for this event, so we know who's racing who. So this is going to be kind of like some street racing here. Have to give a shout out. Hard Target Images. Out here today rocking their camera. They've been with us all weekend. Chris and Jen, good couple. Take some great pictures. So if you don't follow Hard Target Images, go over to Hard Target on Facebook. Give them a like. Check out all the pictures of the weekend. Those guys have been doing a really, really cool job. I've seen them take some really cool pictures. If you don't know who Chris from Hard Target, boy, he will get right down in there best he can. I think he would almost lay underneath the cars if he could to get pictures. But yeah, get over there, follow Hard Target Images, check out the pictures from the weekend. Go Fast Productions. We got Jimmer Klein in the stage lane here. Go Fast Productions, one of our sponsors here. Michigan Critical Power, another sponsor we had out here. Grand Valley Towing, Seth Rama, his dad. Grand Valley Towing, another sponsor. Got to thank all our sponsors that we've had out here. Pro Finish, all the guys that we've had. Looks like we got a little bit of track prep still going on, and then we'll get underway here.
Shout out.
Yeah. Been laid up sick. Oh, really? Yeah.
All right, guys, look like we had a few more minutes here, and then we'll be racing underway. Got Corey Hall's boys up here. Corey Hall's boys said their grandma and grandpa are watching this. Wanted me to give them a shout out. We appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. Been a great weekend. Been a fun event. Give a shout out to Corey Hall and John Mayer for holding it down up there in the tower. I did. So if you're out there watching live, Caden Hall and Carson Hall's grandparents are. We welcome you and we thank you for tuning in. Looks like we're going to be back underway here in just a few minutes. So this heads-up racing is going to be fun. These guys all had to draw chips. So these guys all have numbers right now. So we're drawing numbers to see who's going to run who here. We're going to get going here in just a few minutes. We're waiting on these track officials here to make sure we got this track cleaned up and picked up for us here. Safety first at US 131 Motorsports Park. These guys have been really good down here. Have to give a shout out to these guys at the track, US 131 Motorsports, Mid-Michigan. Guys hosted a great event. They were more than happy to help us out in any way possible over the weekend, and it was great. Both tracks were phenomenal and great hosts for this event. Look forward to this event next year too. And guys, like I said, if you don't have a car in this event, you probably want to get one in this event because it's been really, really fun. And if you have not been to a Drag and Drive or a Sick Week event, you have no idea what you're missing. Looks like we're getting kind of close, guys, to maybe getting kicked off here. So if you're following along like Jim is at home, stay tuned. We're getting ready to get going here. I see Steve Morris's wife walking over here, so looks like we've got to be getting close. Follow along on our group page, 616 Racing Channel, Facebook group page. We'll have some really cool videos coming up here this week on our YouTube channel. If you're not following that, you're going to want to follow us along because we've got some really cool content over the last 3 days of this. We've got some really cool roller videos, some really cool burnouts, trailer burnouts, and so we're going to put together some really cool videos and we'll put them up. Got another 616 Racing Channel crew member down there on the cement wall there on the left lane. If you see just in front of the ambulance there, you'll see CJ down there. He's got another camera going, so we've got cameras all over out here. We've got a lot of footage to go through for the next week or so. So follow along on our YouTube channel and make sure you subscribe so you'll be informed when we upload these videos. But we do got some really good content, and I really have to thank a lot of the drivers. A lot of these drivers were really cool with us, asking them, hey, can I throw a GoPro in your car? And, a lot of them were really cool with that, surprisingly, they were all for it, a lot of them were. So here we go. Looks like we're underway. We got Scott Kiplinger in the left lane. Roger Wardell on the right. Drop the hammer. 2024, baby. Final day. Okay, so you got Roger in the right lane here. Roger is your 545 index. He is number 2. Ryan Acton, we've got in number 1 position, and we've got Roger in the number 2 position right now. Them guys been battling it out pretty much all weekend as far as that 545 number. Apologize for a little bit of shaking here. Sorry about that. Trying to get this thing anchored with these burnouts that are coming up so we don't have a bunch of vibration going on. All right, so we got Roger in the right lane, Scott Kiplinger on the left. Get you guys focused in here for the quick 8. All right, heads up racing, let's go, we're underway. Not sure what happened right there with Scott. Looks like Scott maybe had some technical difficulties or something. Roger Wardell did that win. Guys, this is heads up racing, so this is whoever wins is the winner of this. And these guys had to draw chips, so whoever wins is actually going on to the next round. All right, guys, so here's the race we've been waiting for all weekend. You got your number 1 and your number 2 spot right here. Number 1, Steve Morris, left lane. Your number 2 spot, Jimmer Klein in the right lane. These two guys have been head-to-head before. They've ran before. This has been the race everybody's been kind of waiting to see. So here we go. We got a nitrous car and a turbo car. Jimmer Klein, right lane. Steve Morris, race engines in the left lane. You see Kyle down there. Lining them up, getting them in. Nitrous car and turbo car. That's your first and second place right there for the Drop the Hammer 2024 event. Looks like we're getting them staged. From the left lane, Steve Morris. 504 for Jimmer Klein. That was one good race. That's your first and second place right there for Drop the Hammer at the event right now. Now we got Clark in the left lane. We got Tom Bailey in the right lane. This is going to be another good quick race that you guys are going to want to keep tuned into. Drop the Hammer 2024. Final day here at US 131 Motorsports Park. I'm glad that we could live stream, and I'm glad you're tuning in. Tom Bailey, right lane. Clark on the left. Tom Bailey, your fourth place. Fourth place standings. Looks like Clark's in. Tom's in. Here we go. Oh shit, we have a tangle up, guys. We have a tangle up. We got Tom Bailey into Clark, and both of them into the wall at the top end of the track down here. Looks like we got a. Hopefully they're all right. We'll stay tuned here. Looks like Tom Bailey got a little loose on the top end there, guys. We'll see if we can zoom you in. Tom Bailey looked like he got a little loose on the top end. Looked like he slid over and took Clark out. So we're going to be down for a minute here while we make sure everybody's all right. Tom Bailey set to leave on the 11th for another drag week incident. Looks like Clark's car's one got pretty messed up. Yeah, I see him down into the wall down there. So it looks like we're going to be here for a minute. Tom Bailey got loose. Looks like he went into Clark. Hopefully we didn't damage Clark's car too much. I seen him hit the wall pretty good. So if you're just tuning in right now, what happened is we had Clark in the left lane, Tom Bailey in the right lane. They got down to the big end. They were both pulling really, really good too. As soon as they got Okay, guys, so if you're just tuning in with us right now, we got a little issue going on. So we got through Drop the Hammer racing today at 1 o'clock. All time slips had to be in. We went to do some heads up racing. Everybody had to draw some chips. Jim Klein and Steve Morris, first two out. That's your first and second place there. Jim Klein's out now. So then we had the next round come up, and that was Tom Bailey and Clark. And they both took off really well. Got down to the big end there, and looked like Tom Bailey got a little loose, and then he took a hard left right into Clark and put Clark's Camaro against the wall. So Clark was in between the Dodge Durango and the Camaro. So right now, that's what you guys are watching. Is we have Clark's Camaro is kind of a mess down there at the end of the track, and Dodge Durango's on the other side of the track. So both the drivers are okay. They're out. They're walking around, so we know they're good. We're just trying to get this track cleaned up so we can get underway here. So as US 131 Motorsports Park, these guys are really good out here as they get this track cleaned up, and we'll get back underway here shortly. Like I said, as you guys are watching right now, you're seeing the crash of Tom Bailey. Too bad for Tom Bailey. Kind of stinks that he had a crash. He was actually doing really good, and I know he has another drag and drive event coming. And so I know that Tom Bailey was actually due to leave again on the 11th. I was just talking to him this morning at the pits there with his son Aiden, and they're set to do another drag and drive event. So, I mean, he's only got just a few days to get that thing back before his next drag and drive event and get that Dodge Durango put back together before he goes back on the road again for his next big event. So I'm sure he's going to have to go bend some metal there, get that thing back together here in the next week or so. So as we wait to go underway, you guys are keeping an eye there. That's Tom Bailey's crash being cleaned up. And guys, if you were watching, this was so crazy. It went so fast. Tom Bailey was just straight hooking and booking, and Clark was right beside him. And I mean, it was a great race going on. And then for some weird reason, it was like he hit a patch of ice, and that Durango just went sideways. Smashed right into Clark and put him up against the wall. And I think it happened so fast that they didn't really know how to get it figured out here. So looks like they got a trailer coming around to load Clark's car up, get him put on the trailer, get these guys cleaned off the track here. Never what you want to see. You never want to see these guys wreck their cars. A lot of these guys put a lot of time, a lot of money in these cars. Don't really want to ever see that happen. So as you're watching, you're going to see Tom Bailey's car here get cleaned off the track, and then we'll get back to racing here. So if you just tuned in, this is the final day. Drop the Hammer. We were here on Friday. We were at Stanton, Mid-Michigan yesterday. We're back to 131 today. Get the heads up racing done, and then we will be back to the award ceremony, and that'll conclude the weekend for Drop the Hammer. Great event. Started on Friday. I see the ambulance coming back around now, so it's like maybe we can get this car cleaned up and track cleaned up, and we can get back to racing. It's like Tom Bailey's car sitting down at the time registration booth, so he's off the track, so maybe his truck is a little movable still. The Dodge Durango took a pretty good spill there. Be interesting to see how good Clark's car came out of that. So if you're streaming with us at home, we appreciate you guys following us. Give a shout out to Jim. He's at home watching us. Yeah, guys, I turned the sound off just for a minute. I went into the tower booth. I wanted to make sure both these drivers are okay. And yes, both drivers are okay. Tom Bailey is okay. Clark is okay. They're both out of their vehicles. They're both doing good. Tom Bailey got a little crazy there. His truck hit an ice patch and went straight into the Camaro of Clark and put Clark right into the wall there on the top end. So as we get this car off the track, we'll get back underway here for the heads up racing. Final day of Drop the Hammer, US 131 Motorsports Park. Shout out to Corey Hall, John Mayer, holding it down in the booth.
Sessions are open.
I see Tom Bailey coming down the lane there. If you look to the far right-hand side down there, you'll see that white Durango coming up there by the time clock. So it looks like Tom Bailey maybe is still drivable. So maybe he can get that thing put back together in time for the next Dragon Drive that he's got going on here on the 11th. So if you're just tuning in, you're watching the accident of Tom Bailey and Clark. We're down there getting Clark's Camaro off the track, and then we can get back under racing. Time slips had to be in at 1 o'clock today for the Drop the Hammer final runs. And now we are into a heads-up division here. This is guys had to draw chips. Everybody was running against numbers here. And then Tom Bailey and Clark got tangled up on the big end there. So kind of at that point right now. We're waiting for them to get cleaned up. See Tom Bailey's Durango coming back around here. Looks like he's still driving it. Clark's Camaro probably got most of the damage, I would think. So it looks like Tom Bailey is back up in his pit area. Still got Clark's car down there on the track. We'll get that thing cleaned up. We'll be back underway racing here. Looks like our next race, we're going to have Aiden Bailey and Ryan Acton. Ryan Acton is your 545 index leader. So it's going to be a few minutes here, guys. They got some music going. So if you're just tuning in, you're looking at the accident of Tom Bailey and Clark. They got tangled up down on the big end down there. So hang out with us here for a little bit. They're going to get Clark's car cleaned up off the track there. Tom Bailey's back in the pit area. Durango's a little banged up. So Tom Bailey got loose on the big end there. Truck went to the left. Clark was right next to him. His truck went right into the door of the Camaro, pushing the Camaro into the wall. So Clark got the best of it. I'm sure that Camaro's got some good body damage. See, Tom Bailey's got a big huddle around his car down there in the pit area. Everybody checking out the extent of his damage. So right now, guys, we're under a brief intermission while we're waiting to get Clark's car off the track here. If you're just tuning in, Tom Bailey got tangled up on the big end here. Yeah, that's Clark's bus right there. Probably. All right, guys, so we see Clark's toter coming around here in his enclosed trailer. So if you're just tuning in here, I see a few people have tuned in since last time. What happened is we had a heads-up race going on. We had Tom Bailey, we had Clark. They were going down the track. Second race out. Tom Bailey got top end, got a little loose, took a straight hard left, went right into the door of Clark's Camaro and pushing Clark into the wall, and that's kind of where we're at right now. We're seeing the toter go down there. If you look to the right-hand side down by the time sign there, you'll see Clark's toter coming around. Going to get that Camaro loaded up. Probably don't want a lot of people seeing it, I would imagine. That's why they want to get it into that car hauler there so they can get it back to the shop and get it fixed. But Clark's Camaro's got a little banged up, and looks like we got Tom Bailey a little banged up here, too. The Durango took a good hit. So we'll be back to racing here shortly. Just hang out with us. That would have been ugly. That would have been an ugly situation, I bet. So, guys, up here looking around, I see Tom Bailey out there with his straw hat walking around. So he's definitely doing pretty good. I bet he feels sorry for Clark. I don't think he meant to put Clark into the wall there. So Tom Bailey's a little banged up. Clark's a little banged up. We'll get Clark's Camaro off the track here. Tom Bailey's back in the pit area here. I see his truck got mad swamped when he pulled in. Everybody wanted pictures of the crash. So if you're just tuning in, we are waiting for Clark to get the Camaro and get her loaded up here so we can get back to the heads-up racing. So if you're tuned in and you're watching right now, we are kind of under an intermission as we're waiting to clean up the Camaro that Tom Bailey got tangled up with there on the big end. Tom Bailey's on a scooter there. You'll see him coming up along the wall on the right-hand side with a straw hat on. Looks like he's going to walk down, take a ride down there and check out the track and see what got him loose. Man, he came around really quick and fast, too. Boy, I sure tell you. He was on that big end, and he was going pretty good, and then all of a sudden that thing just came straight loose and put Clark straight into the wall. Quite a wreckage. So you see Tom Bailey scooting on the little scooter down there. He's checking that track. I think he's trying to figure out what caused him to go left so fast. Tom Bailey's taking a scooter ride. I think he's wanting to know. And that's about right where the crash was, right in that area there. Stick with us. Don't go nowhere. We'll fill up your coffee cup. Go use the restroom. Make a sandwich. Grab some lunch. stay tuned. We still got some award ceremony and stuff yet tonight. What you're watching is Clark's car being cleaned up. Tom Bailey got into the side of him. So we had a little tangle up down there at the top end. Tom Bailey's Durango, Clark's Camaro. Next race out, got Brian Acton and Aiden Bailey. Aiden Bailey in the 57, Brian Acton, 545 index leader. It's going to be the next race up. You don't want to stick around. Got some heads up racing still to go. So right now, guys, we're just kind of under an accident delay. Tom Bailey got into the side of Clark down there, so we're just kind of under a delay. So stick around. Don't go nowhere. So we're under a crash delay. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. 131 Motorsports officials are down there cleaning up the crash. Tom Bailey got tangled up with Clark on the big end. And we'll be right back. Just hang out with us. Day 2 will drop the hammer. So if you're just tuning in with us, we're under a little bit of accident cleanup here. So we got a little accident cleanup going on. Looks like they're trying to still get Clark's car off the track there. So right now we're in an accident. We had an accident here. We had Tom Bailey get into the side of Clark. So Tom Bailey lost it, took a left on the big end of the track, and put the Durango into the side of Clark. So right now we're trying to get that thing cleaned up, get Clark's Camaro off the track here. We still got some heads up racing, guys, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Go grab a sandwich, use the restroom. It's Sunday afternoon. You ain't doing anything else anyway, so just stay tuned. I know Jim Beaver's at home watching. So we're under a little bit of a delay here for a minute. We had a little bit of a tangle up with Tom Bailey on the big end with Clark. So we're trying to get him cleaned up. Then we'll get back to the action here. So what you're watching, you see the 131 US Motorsports crew down there trying to get Clark's car off the track. We'll get it all cleaned up. I'm pretty sure that car's got some pretty heavily damaged areas. Clark's car got a pretty good bang up. They were on the big end, and then Tom Bailey took that hard left. Once he took that left, right into Clark's door, and then he pushed Clark into the wall. So I'm sure that Camaro is going to need some body work. Tom Bailey's car is going to need quite a little bit of work too, I would imagine. We'll get some pictures of it. We'll get it up posted. So if you follow us on our YouTube channel, we'll get some video of it. We'll get it up this week so you guys can see what's going on. I'll get some pictures of it and post it on our group page later. So if you guys are following us, go over to Facebook, 616 Racing Channel, the group and a page. Follow them both. Join the group. Stay in touch with us. So if you're tuned in right now, we're under an accident delay here. Tom Bailey and Clark got tangled up on the big end. So just hang out with us. We still got some heads up racing to go yet. Looks like Jim McCline's getting ready to load his car up. Guys, this has been a great event. Carl, Stansel has done so well with this event. I am so looking forward to next year of this event again. Started here, US 131 Motorsports Park on Friday. Went to Mid-Michigan Motorplex yesterday, or Saturday, and then came back down here yesterday after Mid-Michigan, and we're final day here, US 131. Drop the Hammer 2024. All right, guys, looks like we might have got the car cleaned up and off the track here. I see Tom Bailey back here on his scooter. Let's see what we got going here. We get the green light to go back racing. So we were under a little bit of a delay here. Tom Bailey got tangled up there on the big end, so I think we're about ready to go back racing. I see the track officials here at US 131 Motorsports Park. Looks like they're parking the equipment, maybe make one more run down the old track here on Tom's side. Guys, that was a crazy crash. I didn't really know what to think when I seen Clark's car in between that Dodge Durango and that wall. It happened so fast. But from up here in the tower side, you know, you're looking at it, and it almost looked like it was slow motion. Like, I wish I could have hit the pause button and stopped Tom from slamming into the side of Clark. It was that slow up here in the tower side. But hey, everybody was all right. Glad to see everybody was good. They were out of the cars walking around, so. I see that track official right down there where Tom took that spin. I see him down there messing around with that. Hopefully that there wasn't nothing down there, some water or something that caused him to take that spin. Well, we got to give a shout out to Julie. Julie's been holding us down here with the numbers and keeping everybody's track official numbers in order and times in order. I think we're about ready to go back green here. And next up, after Tom Bailey, we got Aiden Bailey in the same lane. So hopefully we don't have any issues there. .228. All right, guys, I think we're about to get the green light to get back racing here. Just seen Clark's car come around on the trailer there, sneaking behind the building. Wow, did that thing take some damage? Man, am I glad he is safe and okay. That car looks like it got tore up pretty good. So Clark's all right. Tom Bailey's all right. Both of them were good. Clark's car's going to need some extensive work. Tom Bailey's looks like he's going to need just a little bit, and he'll be right back to business. So Tom Bailey got tangled up on the big end here. That's why we're under a delay. Looks like we're all cleaned up down there now. So we're just waiting on the track officials to give us the green light. Say you guys are good to go. Let's roll. We'll be back to racing here. We're on the heads-up racing right now. Drag and drive. All their time slips had to be turned in today by 1 o'clock. So all them guys are loading up and waiting for the award ceremony while we're doing this heads-up racing. So this heads-up racing, these guys had to draw chips, kind of like you see on street racing, like when you're watching Street Outlaws, how they draw chips. That's kind of what this event right here that we got going on right now is. And that's how Tom Bailey got tangled up with Clark. I'm glad that didn't happen on Friday, on our first day out. So now he's got a little bit of time. He can get that thing loaded up. He's got another drag and drive event on the 11th. So Tom Bailey can get that thing loaded up, get her back there and get her repaired before the 11th. He can be back in the next drag and drive event, ready to rock and roll. So right now, guys, we're waiting to get back underway here. I think we're going to have the green light here in a few. We're under a crash delay. We had Tom Bailey get tangled up there in the big end. So right now, we're just all kind of chilling out and hanging out. Waiting to get back under green here. I see Clark's car back there behind the building on the trailer. They're trying to hide it. And got some extensive damage done to it. Judas. Car does not look good. Not at all. Haven't made my way over to see Tom Bailey's truck yet. We've got other guys on the property here, 616 Racing Channel guys. So while I'm up here live streaming, we'll send some of the other crew members around and take some pictures. See a lot of guys loading up already. Dan Mason with the Ram LS green Dodge truck. See, he's got his car in the box. All right, guys, stop by the tent down there and grab some 616 Racing merch. We got CJ down there. He's selling merch. Want a shirt? Want some decals? Whatever you need, stop down 616 Racing tent. We're right down there by RevX in the registration trailer. We're waiting to go back green here after we just seen Tom Bailey get tangled up on the big end. It was quite the crash. All right, guys, we're going to be back to racing here, it looks like shortly. Getting nice out. See the sun's moving. Clouds are getting away. Looks like it's getting nice out here again. If you're tuned in, stay tuned in because we're at the Heads Up Racing. Drop the Hammer event. Them guys all had to have their time slips tuned in today by 1 o'clock. So now we are in the Heads Up Racing. We're under an accident delay. We're hanging out here under an accident delay, and we're waiting for track officials to give us back the word. Tom Bailey got caught up into the wall down there. Him and Clark got tangled up on the big end down there, and Tom Bailey went into the wall, so... Clark's Camaro has got some pretty good damage. We'll get some pictures and stuff for you guys. Follow our channel if you don't. Subscribe, that way you'll know when we upload a lot of videos. We got some really good content this week, these last 3 days. So if you guys haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe because you'll get to see some really cool roller videos. We got some nice trailer burnouts. So we'll make some really good video this week and we'll get it posted for you guys. I know Gary Stansel. We had some GoPro action with his truck. We had some GoPro action with Jimmer Klein's GTO. And some GoPro with some other cars too. Gage Stansel. Got a GoPro on top of that white Trans Am. Got some footage off of that. So we have some cool videos that I'll put together for you guys this week. Looks like we see a lot of guys loading up trailers right now. Getting cars in boxes and getting their trailers loaded up on their trailers so that they can make their haul home. Guys, if you want some 616 racing gear, we got t-shirts out here. We got we got purple and gray and white, pink and black, and we got all kinds of colors. We got decals, little 3-inch side window decals. We got big 6-inch decals. Stop down to the booth, CCJ. Grab some gear. Steve Morris and Brian Acton out there rolling around on their electric scooters. Look like those two are about to touch it off on electric scooters. Steve Morris against Brian Acton on scooters. That'd be a good race, wouldn't it? So we still got Steve Morris in this heads up. He's still in it. Tom Bailey got tangled up. Took Clark out. Not sure if Tom Bailey won that or not. Happened so fast, I don't know if I even got a chance to take a look. But we'll see what's going on here. We'll get this heads up going. They're down there making sure that track's right. Don't need any more accidents. US 131 Motorsports Park track officials. These guys have been really good for safety and everything for us. These guys have just been tearing it up out here for us. They've been really good. They were really good on Friday and worked really good on Sunday. And yesterday we were at Mid-Michigan. Both these tracks were really supportive of the Drop the Hammer. They were really good hosts of this event. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully Carl does this again next year. Like to see it grow. We had 55 cars started out on Friday. We lost a few. We lost a few to crashes. We've lost a few to some breakage and things like that. But for the most part, we're still pretty good. I think we're down maybe 5 or 6 cars out of the 55 that we started with. So right now we're live. We're streaming the track here. Under a little intermission. If you guys need to go and fill up your iced tea jugs or take a cigarette break, maybe a restroom break, make a sandwich, go ahead and do that while we're waiting for the track officials here to get us cleaned up and give us the green light to turn back on. Get our heads up racing going. Looks like Jimmer Klein's putting his car in the box. Jimmer Klein, I believe, is number 2. I think that's your second place winner for the weekend. Final results are coming up. Right now, we're just hanging out, waiting to go back racing here. Tom Bailey got us tangled up on the big end there, so been kind of under an accident delay. Grand Valley Towing out here, sponsors. Grand Valley cleaning up Clark's car and getting it off the track. Grand Valley Towing, if you need any towing needs, these guys are right there to take care of you. So as we wait to go back live here, guys, that was really unfortunate, man, to see that car get tangled up with Tom Bailey down there. Clark is a big disappointment. He was running really good all weekend, too. Car ran good. He was running good. He had a little bugs that he was working out yesterday. Car wanted to go to the right a little bit, but he was working some bugs out of it, and he was actually doing pretty good, Clark was. It's unfortunate to see him and Tom Bailey get tangled up down there on the big end. But, hey, at least it was the final day, and it wasn't the first day out. So, I mean, positive ways to look at things, I guess. See Grand Valley Towing back here trying to load up, get Clark's Camaro loaded up for him. That Clark took a hell of a hit. You guys were over 100 miles an hour when Tom Bailey hooked that left and went into the door. So as we wait to go back racing here, Kyle, you done?
We have no longer how long. No, we don't. It could go on for hours. So, is there a call now? No, this comes out now. That's why we were okay elsewhere. Right.
All right, guys, so I just got word. I have Carl Stancil up here in the booth with me, and I just got word that they are actually going to call this. This is going to be it. That is the final race. They are going to call this, and we are going to go right to the awards ceremony. They do not want to risk any more cars on the track. They don't want to put anybody else in danger. Like I said, Tom Bailey got tangled up pretty good on the big end here. So it sounds like this is going to be the conclusion of the drop the hammer. Carl does not want to risk putting any more cars at danger here. So guys, we are going to be done with the racing for today. Carl is calling it. No more wrecks for the day. So we are done with the racing and the live events. We will be live. We'll go back live here in just a short time, when the awards ceremony goes on, we'll go back live and we'll get you some of that footage. So stay tuned. That's the end of the racing. It's the end of Drop a Hammer. Carl Stansel has called the event. Tom Bailey got tangled up on the big end there, so they called the event. Don't really want to put any more cars at danger. Clark's car took a pretty good hit, so. All right, guys, stay tuned. We'll go back live here in a little bit, but stay tuned right now. We'll be back live for the award ceremony. All right, guys, so we got 30 minutes to the awards. 30 minutes to the award ceremony. Bear with me here a minute. We're going to move you guys. Okay, so the award ceremony is in about a half an hour. It's going to be right over here at this trailer. So, guys, just stay with me for a minute. I'm going to take you on a little walk, and we're going to go over the award ceremony. So just stick with me. We're going to stay live, but you'll get to see the little walk that we're going to go on here. So we're coming out of the booth. We were up in the tower side of the booth here. So we're going to go down here where the award ceremony is. So just stick with us, guys. I don't want to cut you guys off. That's the reason that I'm staying live, because I don't want to lose you guys on your live streaming. But give me about 5 minutes and we'll be right down here by the award ceremony. Stick with me here. All right, we're going to work our way over by the award ceremony. I'm going to stay live so I can keep you guys on the stream. Make a little trash stop there. All right, guys. Corey and John in front of me, Corey Hall and John Mayer. We'll give a shout out to them guys for holding it down in the tower for the weekend. These are a good bunch of guys right here, guys. If you guys don't know who these guys are, you got to really know who they are. These guys were really good, drop the hammer over the weekend, and we appreciate them, guys.
Get over here and chat with us.
Go back.
You got a microphone. You got there. Dave, thank you, Dave, for having live feed.
Yeah.
John and I, this was our first time ever announcing.
Right.
So
I have a face for radio. I don't know how my voice sounds out there, but hopefully everybody had a good time.
Yeah.
Definitely was out of my comfort zone. But by the end of today, I feel like we're pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Just shooting from the hip.
Yeah, it was good. Again, big thank you to 616 Racing.
Yep.
For coming out and doing a live feed. Dave and Caden did a fantastic job. Carl Stansel for putting the event on. Fortunately, we had a little crash there, and everybody's okay, but you never want to see that.
Man, that was quite the crash, too.
Yeah, it was. And, with all the water on the track, nobody felt safe going down the track, of any level of horsepower. And, we're just fortunate that, we got the whole race in as far as the drop. And as far as quick 8 goes, it was kind of a little bonus adder, but nobody wants to go down there, nobody wants to crash, and right now it just felt the racers said it was going to be unsafe and they didn't feel comfortable going. So we said this we're going to go with their gut. I mean, those guys know
what it's like to drive down there. And if you're going 140, 150 miles an hour or faster, some of these cars go 170, 180, 190.
Yeah, Steve Morris's pass was 170 miles per hour.
Yeah.
You know, what we did as a crew is we got together and we said, okay, how do we handle this situation? And we decided that we needed to leave it up to the racers. At the end of the day, they're the ones taking the risk, putting their hot rods down through there. And it was decided amongst all the quick 8 guys that, hey, you know, we don't really feel comfortable making that pass down through there with water seeping through the track. So at that point, we called the event.
Right. And I think everybody in this group has proved that their race car can street.
Yeah,
And,
it's definitely been cool.
yeah.
I can't wait. I hope we do this again next year.
Yeah, I think that it's on the books, you know, maybe not on the books, but it's definitely in planning and looking
sure
at what
hope
the
so.
concept is for next year.
Yeah.
Shout
a
out to
great
Carl
event.
Stansel and Julia.
His
and,
whole family.
everybody.
I mean,
yeah, his whole family.
the whole
Everybody was
Stansel
on the
family
crew.
was here.
That whole family yesterday, I'm telling you what, they are the best. I followed them in a convoy yesterday because I don't know if you know, but Carl Sr. broke down yesterday. He had some TPI sensors, and I was behind him, and I could hear him losing power. So we kind of got him off to the side of the road, and I threw my emergency lights on the roof and got him kind of off the side of the road, and then we got gauged, and Gage stopped, and we got Gary in there, and then Gary started messing around with that Holly Sniper, and we found out that Carl's still on the 1.1 version of that thing from like 2 years
I
ago.
need a little firmware update.
So it didn't have any updates. So they were trying to explain to him, and it was kind of funny because they were like explaining to Carl, you know, how he is being old, you know. It's at the end of your video game. You know when you're playing Tour of Duty, Call of Duty, and you can't play anymore and you have to update? So we're updating your truck on Call of Duty. He was like, oh, okay, I understand. So it was kind of funny how they made, how they had to.
No, all of them have been an awesome family to race with and see them. I mean, a deep-rooted drag racing family. I mean, they've all done drag week. They've all done the drag and drive stuff and just regular racing.
Yeah, it's been a blast. It's been a great time with these guys.
Yeah, you know, Carl put forth a lot of effort to make sure that all the checkpoints were scenic and accessible to all the race cars. He really picked a lot of really good checkpoints. I was able to hit a few of them and chat with the guys, and everybody said that they really loved the routes that Carl selected. Scenic routes, back roads.
Fallsburg Park Bridge. I mean,
The cover bridge went over really well.
Yeah, you cannot get a bad picture there.
Yeah.
I seen some
better
real
might be
cool
late
ones out of
October.
there.
But
I seen some cool pictures. Steve Morris had a really cool picture coming
yeah,
out of
that
there.
looked
So I've
great.
seen that was a neat spot to go.
But yeah, I'm sure as this event grows, there's gonna be some great stops along the way.
Yeah, and I can't wait. I mean, like we had 55 cars this year,
Right.
and we only lost a few. So I mean, you know,
These guys
sick
that
week
were
only
in
grew
this-
bigger and bigger. So hopefully
Yeah.
this does too.
The guys that were in this were really, really prepared. I got to give a shout out to everybody that was on this thing, and you know, making it this far with the cars. I mean, some of them aren't super fast. I mean, there's a Fiat in here. I mean, he even did a great job, and you know, the drag and drive stuff it can't be for everybody. You know, the dial your own class. We had one car here. I mean, literally running like 14s and the 8.
Yeah, the 6-cylinder.
You know, the
slings.
leaning
Dodge,
tower of
the
power.
old Dodge,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was, so yeah, Trevor Slosser out of HubSpot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you don't have to be the fastest car.
Right.
You can
Oh.
just come out here and have fun.
One
You run
thing,
against your time
that
anyway.
him and I both learned is like whose car was what. By the time we read that list of 50, like car 40, I mean, I think we have that one memorized.
Yeah.
Turn and burn
AJ was a
AJ.
turn and burn from Merrill.
Yeah,
So,
then you
good
have,
job on that, guys. Good
and then you
job.
had Pat and Tim Kateris.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I kept saying, I think this is their like 146th race this
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah, that's all. You know what? I said this in the announcement though, but when you get into this event and something like this, I mean, you don't get that many passes at a testing tune. I mean, I think some of these guys got 30, 40 passes. So if you haven't figured it out in 30, 40 passes, man.
Yeah,
it's,
Dan. Dan Mason said this is the first pass out with that LS truck this year. So
Oh wow.
he said he just got that thing together. And so then last night I was kind of stalking his Facebook a little bit, and I seen about a week ago, that thing tore to shreds.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is the first time
Yeah,
he's had it out.
I think that's indicative of drag and drive. You know, you got to put it together yesterday
Yeah.
and race it today. That's
Yeah.
seems to
Yeah.
be-
And then
Yeah.
continue to put it together over
Right,
the whole
yeah.
3 days.
Pull
Seems
this
to be
thing
the-
off, put it back on, pull this off.
Seems to
put
be
it
the
back
way
on.
it goes down, though,
Right.
huh?
That's the challenge, and that's also, I think, the fun of everybody gets involved in this. They love that challenge, and they're not ones to give up. And
It's
you know.
growing because now I see Brandon had a
Oh,
trailer
yeah.
welded up
Yeah,
last
Brandon
night. So
Miller,
I
yeah.
see it's growing. People are starting to catch on. It's a little more fun than when we were younger, you know, when we'd meet at the lot. And then we'd just go cruise around town, you know, and that was kind of fun.
But the drag might have been on the street.
Right.
Yeah, Brandon Miller's getting ready for summer here. He's going to take the Camaro out with his wife, Kaylee.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, that Camaro's sweet, hers. And I was talking to Tom Bailey this morning, and he was set to be out of here on the 11th for that, too. So hopefully he can get that Durango piece back together.
Yeah. I'm sure with everybody that Tom knows, I wish him the best of luck. You know, if you can get together, you know, especially when he's a big part of that event. And that's just a cool car, and it's unfortunate to see what happened in Clark. I still haven't been over to see Clark or to see his car yet, but hopefully everything is able to come out okay on
It's
that.
going to need some extensive work.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully Clark's okay.
Yeah, that was the main part, is seeing him jump out of the car and walk around, and I was like, okay, the car, I don't care.
Yeah.
Driver, we're good. Drivers are out. Don't care about the cars at that moment.
100%.
Absolutely. But we're gonna get over here.
So we're going to get these guys going here. Let them get going. They're going to head off to the award ceremony. We're going to be that way here in just a few minutes. So we got to talk to John Mayer, Corey Hall. We're going to work our way over to the award ceremony now. Stay with us. We're just staying live so that you guys can stay streaming with us. I don't want to lose any of you guys. So right here's the registration trailer. The registration trailer is where the awards are going to go down. So we're going to leave you guys live streaming here for a little bit. I'm live. No, we're done. We're done. Nope, we're done. Everybody shut down. We need one more radio. Carl's got it, I think. Or no. Corey or John has it. We're going to the awards right now. Award ceremony. How bad is that Camaro? Did you take some pictures? Bad, ain't it? Damn it. Let me see it. Where's your phone? I told him you went console. I gotta walk around. Holy shit. Go show Corey. All right, guys. So I just got a quick look at Carl's Camaro. Or Clark's Camaro. Sorry, Clark. Clark's Camaro is pretty banged up. I got a good look at it. Definitely, it's going to need some work. That's really stinks. I hate that. All right, here's the awards we're getting set up for. I'm going to set you guys up for the awards here while we'll live stream. You see Julie getting ready to do the awards here. So we'll stay live, guys, while we're doing the awards. Drop the hammer, final day. Julie's setting the awards up. We're getting ready to go and start handing out the awards for the classes. Right now you're watching Julie get set up. We could probably go to the angle here a little bit, and then you can see the awards a little bit better if you'd like. So stay with me here a minute. All right, there you go. Good shot of the awards. So we're getting ready to hand out the awards for Drop the Hammer 2024. We shut the track down early, guys. Carl made the decision to go and talk to the drivers. The drivers then made the decision talking with Carl, and we left it up to them. Carl said, I'm not going to shut it down unless you guys are okay and you want it shut down. So we talked, all said, hey, we don't feel safe. Something's not right up there at the top end of that track. So we got the word from Carl that they're going to shut her down, and we're just going to go to the awards. A lot of the drivers were not feeling too safe with the big end. And Tom Bailey got a little crazy there on our last race out. And Tom Bailey was booking. He went sideways, put Clark's Camaro in the wall, and that's when the guys decided at 170 miles an hour that they didn't want to be doing that anymore. So they talked with Carl, and Carl made the decision to shut her down. So we're going to hand out the awards. You're looking at Carl's little blazer there. So right now you're watching the awards being brought out. Julie hard at work there. Got to give a shout out to Carl's daughter, Julie. You see her setting up the awards there. She's been a huge part of this, getting this together, keeping track of everyone's times, getting all the data released and the results out to everyone. And Julie's been really a big part of this. So we got to give a shout out to Julie. Our target images. Chris and Jen right there. Our target taking some photos. All right, guys, we're getting ready to go live here with the award ceremony. So just stay tuned for a minute. Did you guys take pictures? No. I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna post it. But I want to.
No, we don't do that kind
move
of
it up there, and Corey wanted to see it.
Yeah.
So we just. Okay, I'm going to move you guys a little bit here so we can get a good angle on the awards. Let's go back a little, guys. All right, guys, we are getting ready to hand out awards. for Drop the Hammer 2024. Right now they are calculating the awards, getting the results out so we know who everybody is the winner.
I want to thank you all again for coming out. You know, it's been great having you all here. It's been a fun event. I hope you all enjoyed it. So I want to thank the sponsors again, because without the sponsors, it's hard to make this happen. We need I want to thank Sleep Doctor, Critical Power, Jaguar Solutions, Production, Grand Valley Sewing, Torque Storm Superchargers, Propin and Powder Coat, Banner Enterprises, Hard Target Images, Graphics, 6 Gun Group, WebEx, 616 Racing. Like I said, without these guys,
If you need certain shirt sizes, we probably have them. But there's decals and shirts. John, do you need a different size shirt? Yeah, I need okay, we can get you got it.
All your placers, first, second, third placers. I think I have your emails. Now we gotta get the email addresses. We'll do hard target. So, picture of your choice, you out of all the pictures. Do an email and send it. Yep. All right, buddy. That concludes our live for the Drop the Hammer event and the awards. Thank you for tuning in.